Everything is in there.
Yeah, no, during RP moments, I have my sheet fully open and I do it myself by hand. And during combat, there's like the shortcuts already up there.
But that doesn't have things.
It does. It does. It does have everything.
Hi,
it doesn't.
everyone. Hello,
Where's
everyone. Welcome to session 70. Let's take 5 minutes to lament the loss of Tidy Sheet.
Yeah.
Rip.
I'm lamenting the tidy thing. That's it.
Yeah, that's the Tidy Sheet. It didn't update. The mod offer hasn't updated yet. So
Yeah, get your shit together, mod.
Get your sheets together.
I'm sure
Sorry,
you can go to GitHub and bitch at him directly or her.
I will.
Mods are the backbone of reality. I'm sorry. I retract my words.
Let's take into consideration that, our variant encumbrance, our spell points, our slow healing, those are all mods.
Yeah.
However,
how dares an unpaid person that does this for fun?
For
not
fun,
update that
completely
shit.
for free. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
How dare?
Like, how dare?
How dare they?
But one of the great things is that look at the journals. That's like basic game now. Look at how amazing the journals look.
Yes.
From the cities.
The what?
Look at Tucson. Because Tucson is complete.
Where's Susan again? There it is.
It's got all the
But
layers.
we're nowhere near Tucson, so that's irrelevant.
I mean, even Benorum has layers.
Yeah.
It's so good.
When I click on Benorum, it says, "Would you like to make a party saving throw?"
No, it doesn't.
No.
It did the first time. Because the party token stuck.
Oh, because you're clicking on the party, yeah.
Now I can click on Benorum.
You know what it has now, by the way, the basic game? This.
What?
Oh, you can move us. Yes.
Okay, that
Stop
helps.
moving me.
Oh,
Hey!
That is very helpful for when you don't have to zoom out, search for your pointy thing.
Yeah.
That's true.
I can't say I do that very often anyway, Lena, searching for my pointy thing.
But this is what the pointy thing now looks when you hold your clicky.
Oh.
Yeah.
It looks like what? I was too busy reading Benorum.
That.
Whoops.
Stop moving!
Bap. I like this one.
Yeah, there's a earthquake happening here, and we're indicating this.
Okay, I'm actually disabling the icon for all of you. Party, freaking configure ownership, all players, observer, save changes, bam.
Rip everybody.
Now, you know I can't click on Benorum now, right?
You should be.
Parties. I keep clicking on the party token.
Well, how about you just hover with your mouse directly over the icon?
Yeah.
You're not listening to me.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
To do that, I get party only.
But Norim is actually blocked for me now as well because the party's on it. Like the other ones work. Ouch.
I'm doing it without problem. I don't know.
But then I try to click on Benorum and nothing happens.
There.
Now I can click on
Benorum is still fucked for me.
I didn't touch Benorum.
Yeah, weird. It's probably me.
Now that the party token's moved, I can click on it. So.
I'm gonna refresh.
Yeah, okay.
This one.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
I'll
you're
remove
into
the party token.
No, where will we know where we are? No.
Anyway, while you're refreshing, Abel, would you do us the honor and recap?
All right.
Do the recap.
Things happened.
People died.
People
horribly
died
with rocks.
There was a meteor shower, indeed.
Some people died, but wasn't anyone important. So,
wow.
yeah, okay. Sheesh. That's my recap. That's part of my recap. Basically, we started off after we set up camp near Hollowstone. if anyone has the time, that would be appreciated.
I don't
Because
think we actually had a time, did we?
It was like something
I've
like
got
Evening.
9.
Or
the,
the
the
date?
in-game clock time was 22:55 when we started the session.
Yeah,
Mm.
Yeah.
that was
Okay.
accurate.
All right. And basically, Samira took the first watch, but yeah, she watched from very far away as she went off with Nimrod. In the meantime, Cassius had a conversation with Leda about things. And then basically after an hour, Cassius saw Samira come back with eyes that she was definitely crying, like puffy eyes. Then Samira sits back down. She does some they share a glance, but then they don't really Samira indicates that it's okay, or like she shakes her head. And then I think Samira sends a couple of messages.
Mhm.
The chieftain of the tribe and to the lord of blah blah. I just have Asperg, but that's not the town. That's like the
A Chiron or something like that?
I don't know, someone.
Wow.
And chieftain will send out like wolves to different cities. Holden, Windrock, and Frenwen. Is that right? No, actually not to. No, it's also to Northgate, right?
Mhm.
Because that's like stuff happened later.
Mhm.
But then basically later she sends also like I think then later you even send a message to Northgate to the
Yeah, before the
captain of the
second
guard.
one to Lord Aspect, because he didn't understand what, like, I think he had some open questions still, so I let him know to alert
Yeah, because
other
he
people.
was like, "What the fuck? Someone's talking in my head."
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then he basically let me know that he was gonna alert nearby cities as well.
Yes. But
And then
then
came Westgate.
Northgate.
Northgate, sorry.
That's another city, Westgate. The message to Northgate was basically the guard captain was like, "Yeah, we have a situation. The Iron Guard was taken over. Had taken over the city." And Samira's like, fuck. And Cassius came over. They had a brief conversation where they decided on what to do. Samira couldn't send any message anymore, but then basically they woke up Giuseppe, who with I think that was like a prestidigitation to get like illusion of the chieftain
Mhm.
of the tribes, the Chernovolk tribe, to basically tell the scouts to watch out because Northgate was taken over and possibly hostile territory. That was successful, so then afterwards Cassius and Samira had a little bit of a chat, and she didn't leave when she had to. That was the main point that I wrote down. But basically told that there was like a little bit of an argument, and at least said that he would guide them further to Hermanera, or at
Mhm.
least join them for a little bit. There was a little bit of unclarity there. But Cassius urged her that he is still around, so that means that he hasn't given up on fixing it. So then afterwards they both go to sleep, and Vieira wakes up and has a little bit of a chat with Ava and Berta, but I'm not sure anything important was mentioned there. I just had like this sort of talk, and then she's brewing a healing potion. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Lena?
So no, Vieira
Oh,
wakes
yeah.
up and has a talk with Ava and Berta.
Chris?
Yeah, there was nothing important, sir.
Okay, all right.
You're right there, and I brewed a healing potion. That was the important part.
Fair enough.
Which reminds me, actually, did I add that to my list? Yes, I did. Okay, all good.
Then everyone woke up. We had a little bit of a extended break. Well, before we headed out, Cassius was identifying with loading screens. Blue screened a couple times, but that's okay.
Extra half an hour on it on top.
Extra. preparation, things, scrolls. Nobody
Yeah.
else offered to fucking help, so okay.
We all love each other so much. Amazing.
Yeah, but whatever, loot, scrolls, things.
Loot.
It's important. Preparation for the city, and then basically we headed towards the town. Everyone sort of agreed that we should go back into it and make sure that all the necromantic shit is burned and it doesn't become a hotbed. Oh yeah, Ava said stuff about that. I remember some kind of undeath shit. Elves fucked up. Haha. And yeah, basically we headed back into town. We had a little bit of a scout, but it seemed devoid of life. Both survivors and tree things. But then we just took a look around. If there was anything left, but it was all gone to shit. So Giuseppe stood on a rock from a little bit of a distance and just started blasting. And yeah, the Hollowstone is no more. And then there was some scrying on first the Haven Enclave, or the major of the Haven Enclave, but the scrying immediately fails, which means he dead. Then there was some scrying on the leader of the next round over, which the researchers say is unpopulated on the island. But the scrying fails, but for a different reason, because he basically resists the scrying, the spell. He had the saving throw, so at least the leader of that town was still alive. As that's basically all that we know about it.
Yeah, just a couple of things you missed there before you move on too much. Obviously, there was a whole load of black tar.
Yes.
In the town that covered a lot of the area, and it spread around a bit. It's slowly being absorbed back into the earth, obviously from the whatever the hell happened. Indy, who we found had died under a wave of what appeared to be like twig-controlled people.
Yeah.
And Nimrod climbed up quite high up, and howled a call to war.
Yes, I was getting to that one. Yeah.
And there are replies and something like a deep rumble. Then we communicated with a flurry of messages to Creo and did the scrying.
Oh, that was after. Okay, I made it like the order was a little bit mixed up, because I have the howl to all the wolves in the area, which Vera hasn't shared. That was a cry to war, but
no, she's not.
And later also I have a note, but we also found out, I think through some more sending, that Hohir has sent 4 warships towards Northgate because they requested aid. And basically we remembered some information, or what the library guy from Taria told us, that it was kind of like tensions have been high in the area, and slight shift in the balance might set things off. And
we got that information from Creo. What we also got from Creo was another sighting of the creature.
That was another. He was the sighting of the creature was at the area of Neuben.
Neuben, yeah.
Just off the coast.
Off the coast of Neuben, a ship. It flew by a ship. Just one survivor that just jumped into the sea, was the only one left.
Yeah, and he basically just did a flyby and then just beelined further to the west. So it's definitely heading towards something, and it seems to be going in like a very straight line. If you put like a 90-degree line to the west, or like that's, I guess, 270-degree. It just passes over just before Neuben, because the city itself, Neuben, wasn't attacked, as far as we know.
As far as we know, no.
Then I have the note that we have the start of the time skip.
Before that, Samira alerted the Chernofolk of Hohir's ship coming to support.
Okay, yeah. So Samira already picked a side in the war. Then we had our time skip. We had a little bit of information about Hermanera.
Hamanamana.
Harry's Menagerie.
Harry's Menagerie.
Harry
Which actually
Manera.
makes sense because it's a town full of centaurs, minotaurs, and furballs.
Yeah,
so
it's
definitely
Harry's
Menagerie.
Menagerie.
I will stop coming up with creative names for my stuff.
Yeah,
I swear.
we arrived
It's
in
a group
Harmonera.
policy. We rename everything you give us. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly, like Burlapsack and such.
Try
Yeah.
more normal names and we still will fuck with it. So it's fine.
I'm just gonna cry on the inside. It's fine.
We got a little bit of information about it, but I think there was also a description like the trees of the area were a little bit more appropriate for the climate. We got a little bit of information about the inhabitants, how the town was built up, and
Eco-friendly giants, basically.
yes, very eco-friendly because they were only like taking stuff from the trees, like from the forest, what they needed. The trees were very old and maintained. More VR information, I think.
Everybody information, really, not just VR.
Oh yeah, you did share that one. Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
Then there I have the note that Creo received word from the shipwreck. So I don't know. Things
Okay,
are
yeah. Time
Yeah.
ready.
My note is that we met up with the Mothers of Mercy in Hymenera,
yes.
where Harry's Menagerie.
Manam.
We won some of the local.
Yeah, we had like a meeting with one of the people in charge, basically to let them know.
Did
And
we?
also we
Yeah,
kind of
we did,
skipped over that. We just skipped over
It
that
was
because
very brief conversation, but we did.
for two
Okay.
purposes of warning them
during
of the
that-
everything, and also to have basically a face if we need to contact them.
Okay.
We found out that one of the ships near Newben was attacked and destroyed. with
Neuben.
the lone survivor.
Exactly.
Mm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, my bad.
And to have a face. That's without context. That's weird, but I'm just gonna say and to have a face. Thank you. I
What
missed that
happened
one.
then too is that now Ava tried to strand a dragon itself.
Oh, true, but like the spell just bounced off. But
it
he
was unsuccessful. Yeah.
basically made the saving throw. Then there was a little bit of confusion about which town we were going to, but in the end, I think it was concluded we would arrive in Bernorum in Vintia on the 21st, like at 10. And the time skip will end on the 25th.
The confusion was that you left here. Oh wait, I'll do the new feature. You left. Give me a sec. You left here.
You left Wheeze.
There.
Yeah.
We
and
left Harry's Menagerie.
You left Harry's Menagerie, yes. And then the assumption from one of you, I will not name names, was that you actually went around and went to Marcusium first, but that's not where you went. What happened is that the Mother of Mercy is disgustingly fast and basically can do this trip here in about a bit longer than 16 hours, like in about 17, 18 hours. And then from there on, they just pushed on. They just did a cut and just went on along the coast, not really having the need to stop anywhere because they have supplies and everything, because time is of the essence to get to Bernorum. And this is where you end up.
I think the confusion in that we cut across the sea to Macassium and then carried along the coast, and people assumed we stopped in Macassium.
I think there was part of the time skip, but it was just cities were just thrown in there. Like what the fuck? I don't know any of these places.
Towns, continents, empires, all the rest of it.
But the thing is, you didn't actually stop in any of these towns. You went past Marcusium and
also
Matranum.
What didn't help was that we didn't have the icon, so we didn't get the name, so we were confused. Which town are we talking about
which
now?
Cities,
yeah. But then we fixed it. Yeah,
but
basically, you missed
basically,
out on all the amazing towns and the name butchering in between of Marcusium and Matranum and Rocensium.
So Marco Polo and
yeah. Flossemepina. That would have been butchered 100%. Yeah. Flossemepina and
Fluorescence. Yeah.
You're doing what to my what?
The capital of dirty.
Exactly. I was like,
No,
that's not why you floss, dude. Like,
it is better. It's Floss
That would just be
Mapina,
painful.
the capital of dirties.
dirty.
There you go. And of
Dirty.
course, you
Amazing.
missed out on the capital Vintia, actually, Kavigana.
Mhm.
Kabunga.
Gabanga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and now in Bernarum. There you go. So keep going.
Well, we gotta backtrack to the 18th.
yes,
first,
the
right?
18th. Yeah, exactly. Like that. That basically, I just noted down. So we would arrive on the 21st, and I think I also noted down later. Basically, the training will end on the 25th.
Yeah.
So there have been some days in between. Well, actually, we should have prepared something that we were doing in the meantime. So questions, but in last session, still something that happened as on the 18th with Cassius. There was exactly 30 days after the auction. There was after acquiring the new case, the lead case. There was another hard pull thump. He first went to Layla, and she suggested to try to find Ys again using the ring. And this time, Cassius was actually not pulled to the outer world, but was pulled towards the sun, and then actually down again, or up, no, down again. And it landed in, or well, after kind of like trying to retrace her steps via the map, and he landed into a side alley in Conluin in Atlia, which also is actually where Layla grew up, in the orphanage. So that was funny.
Funny you say, huh?
And then Cassius went to Viera and Samira and gathered them all around. I think Viera was in the crow's nest doing Viera things. I don't know. But
Amazing.
everyone was gathered around in the hold, and Cassius shared information and basically asked Samir to send a message to Ys to either come to Benorum or
Mhm.
to stay the fuck inside. Okay, not in those words, but yeah.
Not at
And
all in those words. Like they were
got him-
overly polite.
it's not overly polite, it's just, you know, manners. Samira got a message back from Ys that Bernurm was very amusing. It would be rude for him to set up shop there, but he will gladly wait for him in Conluin. And then Cassius got a little doorbell knock in his head to give his heartfelt greetings to the man who took my heart. Pieced it together that probably this guy that literally has his heart is in Bernorum. There was a little bit of a discussion what we do about that. Like we're going off from the worst case scenario that the heart is bound to this guy. Maybe not,
Yeah.
maybe yes. We don't know who the fuck it is. Was a little bit of a discussion of like what to do then, who's gonna kill him, or who, like we bring the guy maybe to
Before
Conroy?
we went that direction, we also talked about how we're gonna go to that place, and we then settled on the basically the cloud or mist travel that the
Yeah, the like the items or something or consumables that will allow us to use Windwalk
yeah,
to
exactly.
get over there in 3 days, I think.
Mhm.
So that would be something that we would have to request from the school, and would also take time to make. And I think there was like that basically led into also some of the questions or some of the things we would have to prepare for this session of what we wanted to do. Then afterwards, I think there was like the group split apart again, and there were some conversations between first Layla and Vera. Definitely, she's not going away. She will stick with the party for the rest of eternity and live.
Oh, buddy.
The information was shared, which I was not privy to, so I have only like very sparse notes about it.
Mhm.
And then there was also a brief conversation between Viera and Samira, and Viera shared her plans for how to deal with the heart guy, which will basically consist of doing their very best wink wink to find him. Nudge nudge. While Cassius was I don't know, doing stuff in the library. And
I don't know.
then I have my questions for Shinny about the school, so
Oh, let's kick it off
That's
then
mostly it.
proper. Preload scene.
Nice half an hour recap. Well done.
So,
I mean I got through it.
Yeah, you did well. You did well. It was a lot of information.
you arrive at night.
Presuming it's Benorum.
That's Benorum, yes.
This will haunt me forever.
So can you just confirm the day we do arrive?
You arrive on the 21st of Harvest at 10 p.m.
Okay.
This is not the end of the time, like skippy
Skip.
whippy training, but
No.
this is when you
We're going
arrive.
to time skip until the 25th when we finish training, basically.
Yes.
Exactly.
And just talk through what we're
Yes.
Okay.
I want to preface. Well, you have the basic information on Benorum, like when you click on. Well, yeah, now you're not on the icon anymore. Give me a second. Actually, yeah. To all players, back. So yeah. As a general overview, it is a harbor town. Not surprisingly, because you're arriving on a ship, which doesn't fly. It has a raft population of 2,700 people, predominantly human. However, there is a larger, sprinkled in population of, well, mostly dwarfs, actually. But there's halflings, there's like a bunch of elves. Like, compared to Tuzen, there's like around 200 elves in this town. Like, so Viera, except for the Facetus, doesn't really stand out that much anymore. There's also other races, like there's halflings, there's elves, you even see the occasional furbolg actually as well. Or even dragonborn, tieflings,
There's also a very high population of dwarves.
I did say already, dwarfs.
Okay.
Right.
You're stressing every other race except the one that makes up like 20% of the city.
Yeah, I
she
already
said it
went
first.
past them. Yeah, I literally mentioned them first. Maybe you should
Yeah.
listen.
One thing of
I did
note,
mention I was high when I started the session.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I assume that they're not worshipping deities, or are they?
They are, but it's like an individual thing, right? Well, it's not like a religious town that much like Tuzen was. You had this like whole saint worship, very dominant in Hohia in general. Here it is more like a local thing, and I'm talking about like this is your arriving that evening. You're not figuring out where every single temple is in the town within like 5 minutes of arrival, right? So this is like the first thing you will notice. The first thing that will happen with all of this is that you're not gonna be dragged directly to the school for the unrealized. It's a process. So basically, they will help you settle in an inn somewhere in town.
No, I didn't realize we were going to the school at all. I thought that was the researchers thing. They were going to do that.
I mean,
Well, I'm definitely going to the school. So.
yeah.
Okay.
It is kind of the center of most of our stuff.
This is
Even
also
though-
where you're not gonna get the Windwalk resources and stuff. But
No,
like,
no, I assumed the researchers were handling all that. But yeah, sure, carry on.
either way, so like basically until the end of your training period, until the 25th, like basically you have a few days of just to get settled, do your own thing, because again, like while you do have this connection to the school and to their resources, that needs to be facilitated, which takes some time, right? So the first 4 days basically is just you getting settled in the town. It is more of a syndicalist kind of town where there is not really temples and shrines proper except on the actual school grounds. And the thing that you would notice very quickly is how interconnected the school is with this town. to the point that you even would hear rumors of them about to basically secede from the government of Vintia in general. Like, they're that powerful. So you will be hard pressed to find businesses and people who are like completely detached from the influence of the school. And while they officially do not run the town, they kind of run the town.
In what manner, though? Are they running it from a perspective of they have more knowledge about a lot of things and therefore a better place to run the town?
Yes,
Or
that
is it
too.
actual-
There's a lot of people who rely on their skills and knowledge and advice. They are
I'm
very
assuming the
affluent.
local population are happy for them to run the town, and
Oh,
they're
yeah,
not
yeah.
particularly
It's
interested
more
in mayors or whatever.
the town is more founded on people coming together, banding together to form syndicates and kind of like work, right?
Guilds, basically, to work together.
Yes. So in that case, like state officials are actually elected, right, for their individual things. It's not really a feudalist. There's no like the ruler, right, in on the top. Like, you know, it's not feudalist like it was in Hoya. So yeah, it's like a like as it says, it's a matriarchal, syndicalist, magocratic republic, basically. Magocratic because, again, the academy has a huge influence and they're riddled with mages. And magic users are here considered more like, oh yeah, those are the scholarly people because they're educated on average very well. So yeah.
Just one other quick question. Obviously, it's got quite a high percentage of population of dwarves, halflings, and elves in general. Is there any specific reason that those races are attracted to this town specifically?
It's because of the freedom it affords. It's just basically even more so based on merit and like your personal effort of being able to achieve things without any restrictions. Just, you know, yeah.
So it's not that it's specifically near like dwarven trade routes, and that's why there's so
Well, I
many
mean,
dwarves.
this part of the continent is higher in dwarves to begin with. Halflings, dwarves, and gnomes, right?
Right.
So basically the mix-up of the school and the state officials, that's then also mixed races, probably, right?
Yes.
Like not only humans like running the school.
And this is also one of the reasons why this town has a higher percentage on like different races is because they're drawn to the school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drawing people from all walks of life. Yeah.
Yes.
I just wondered if there was a specific reason for like 20% of the city being dwarves. Basically.
It's because these lands have a very high percentage of dwarves to begin with.
Are these considered like close to the dwarven homelands then, or
Yes.
is there a notion of a dwarven homeland?
You are deep within quote unquote the dwarven territories.
Okay.
Like Vintia is more human, but like Aurum, full on dwarven country. You know, the Republic of Lugdu, you know, Kontia, Gero, those are all heavily dwarven.
Okay.
We also have the Protectorate of Pons nearby, right? Which is gnomish.
Pons,
Which is the gnomish place, as we found out from the speech.
So yeah, all this like in this territory around this mountain range, in and around, is heavily halfling, gnomish, dwarven.
Yeah.
The little people.
The last question I've got, which the reason I didn't throw these to you during the week is that this is kind of information everyone should know, really. You've got mentioned that Benorum is a temperate forest biome, but obviously the city's picture is very much like cliffscape.
Yes.
Cityside.
Yeah,
harbor.
because it's a harbor, but like the forest starts pretty much right there, like up into the mountain. It's like
so
imagine
is
Italy
the surrounding.
coast.
Yeah, if I can finish my question, the surrounding terrain, is that like a combination of hilly mountainsides and temperate forests then, essentially?
Yeah, as I said, Italy.
Yeah.
Imagine the Italian, like the Amalfi coast.
Yeah, okay.
pretty much same vegetation, you know, resources, climate, very Mediterranean. Not to mention I fucking stole the picture from the Amalfi Coast as well.
So with that in mind, I take it temperatures and all seasons and crops and growth is all very similar to that too. Okay.
Yes. It is the height of summer, so accordingly it
Yeah.
will be still hot, right?
Yeah, so it's going to be quite humid and hot, I guess.
Yeah.
And obviously they grow like olive trees and stuff. I
Yes,
assume?
yes. It's rich.
Vineyards, all that kind of stuff.
It's very rich in fish, meat, all kinds of, you know, husbandry, dairy products, fruits, vegetables, olive oil, wine, grains, and wheat. Of which wheat is the most dominant, I mean, not among the grains.
Okay.
Yeah. To answer, like, I assume you also spent a bit of those 4 days to just get a general information about the school itself.
Yes.
So basically it's huge, I want to point out. Like, there's like available room for students at any time is like 360 to 400 beds, right? They have their own military force, even. They have like about like over 100 from what you can gather from like various like information sources. They have like 100 man strong military. On top of that, they have like a variety of skilled and unskilled, you know, half-skilled people that are in and around the school, for like around 200 people. It's basically the school is a city, like a town in itself. Because they also have their own, they even have their own graveyard. They have their own lecture halls, battle rings, baths, studies, alchemy lab, stables, war rooms, like blacksmiths, like basically whatever profession you can imagine, they have it on campus from their own people, right?
I got a couple of owls too, judging by the sounds.
No, that's the...
Picking for owls here in Bernard.
They
Yeah.
also have one of the few proper chapels in town. One of them being to the father.
To what?
One of them being to the father.
Mm-hmm.
And the other?
To the light.
Oh.
To the sun or to the light?
They call it to the light. It stands to reason it's probably to the sun. So the son and the father.
Okay, so interchange. Do they mean it as an interchangeable term though, or is it specifically?
From the populace as you gather, yes.
Okay. Okay. So it's not like a subsect
Yeah.
of the sun or something like that.
It was founded actually, so like with how impressive it is in size. I want to put this into perspective. It was founded 15 years ago.
Ooh.
Built
By
and founded
who?
by Finva Thalis with the aid of an unknown benefactor. I will copy paste her name.
Finva Phallus.
Yes.
Do we know anything about her? Can we find out
No.
anything about her?
I mean, she is the, like, yeah, I'm telling you right now.
And I'm asking the question right now.
So, like, she founded it with the aid of an unknown benefactor after deciding to make a break from the rest of her noble family. So she was like a local noble family who lived in this town. And basically, herself being magically capable, wanted to create a place of teaching for anyone who
Place of
wanted to be
learning
taught.
and
Yes.
safety.
And it was born out of the training of peasantry to use, you know, farming implements as weapons against tyrant soldiers, which is why it became this much of like a haven of freedom. And she's also the chancellor and faction leader for the entire thing. However, it is run by a school board.
So, does she have any running in the school as of today? Is it just a case of she founded it and has let
No,
other
she's
people
on the school
run
board. She's part of the school board, which consists of her. And it over time spawned like other organizations that work, like the Researchers for Forgotten Lore, right? There's the Mercantile Branch, which is the Traders Gathering Fraternity. And there is the Defensive Military Branch, which is the Defenders of Novel Good. The Defenders, the leader of the Defenders is on the board. The leader of the Mercantile Branch is on the board. Interesting enough, Bertram is not on the board. Mind you, they're also hardly ever around because the Researchers of Forgotten Lore are built as a branch to move, right?
He's more of a field operative, I guess.
The current mayor is always as part of the board. Usually a local noble that like is elected from a different noble family every so often. The head of the police guard in the town. And one of the professors, which also changes. Currently,
so you mentioned that the school has a military. Does the town have any kind of militia or
City Guard.
military as well? How strong is it, roughly?
It's actually bigger than the school ones.
Okay. So, like, what, 150?
Yeah, about 150. Mostly, they are not all the time employed.
Yeah, they work in day jobs,
Yes.
and they're part of the militia as a neighborhood watch.
So the actual always active guard is smaller than the school.
Yeah, sure. But
Which
they can
also means that the
rouse people
school-
quickly, I
Yeah,
imagine.
it also means that the school heavily helps out when necessary.
Yeah. So you mentioned the population is 2,700-ish.
Yeah.
And 400 beds in the school for students.
Yes.
What is the school population at any one general time?
Well, if it's maxed out, it would be with the military. It would be.
And is that
Around
in addition
700.
to
That's in addition to the town.
Okay, so the town is 2,700 and the school is
And then
700.
school is on top, yes.
Right. Okay. I was going to say, otherwise the school is making up a hell of a lot of the percentage.
No.
of the
It's
town.
like it's on top.
I mean, it is anyway. It's like 20% of the town.
Yeah.
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 They have schools of teaching for magic, pretty much of every type of magic.
Mhm.
I want to say a school of magic for every school of magic. Sounds a bit shitty. Including necromancy. But they also have like general occult studies, like even stuff like bardic and performing, and arts, fighting, weaponry, all the like professions. They have a clerical spiritual branch as well, and more like they even have a branch of druids and rangers and naturalists as well.
Do any of those druids and rangers and people from the military that are so inclined, like, patrol the temperate forests on a regular basis?
yes.
Or... So they actually have outer city patrols as well, basically.
Yeah, but they're not patrols as in they're patrolling it. They have excursions. They go hunting, they go into nature, basically.
Sure.
So yeah. Access, by the way, because this is something that I'll ask. Membership is like by sponsorship by a professor or board member is kind of required to access the facilities. However, in general, it's like formal interviews for student intake, and they're like every 7 weeks.
Okay.
as this is the duration of a unit of learning plus 1 week break in between, basically. Informal interviews may be available for those coming with a recommendation. However, that would be subject to scheduling. It's very organized, like how you would imagine like a campus proper, right? The perks of the members are the access to the school facilities, which are amazing. The discount with associated businesses from the Mercantile branch. Access to learning programs, employment opportunities, apprenticeship and private tuition opportunities. Requisition of rare knowledge, materials, magic rituals, and artifice with approval from the board and appropriate compensation to the school. This is the reason why we're not just full on marched in there by the researchers like, yo, let's go. Like, nah, there's like protocols that even they have to observe, right? And the member expectations are to uphold the right appropriate caution in the study and application of magic and martial prowess. Payment of enrollment and material costs like scholarships and finance options are available. That the graduates will not bring the school's name into disrepute or disreputation. Thank you. Graduates will not participate in political action or active religious proselytizing. Some words, I swear, in neighboring domains. So basically, this is what I mean. Like, they kind of run the city, but they kind of don't. It's kind of more like a passive thing, right? And be respectful treatment, like be respectful towards the faculty, staff, and peers within the school and its associated organizations. And graduates are usually very confident in their own ability and do what they can to instill this confidence in others. So nothing and no one should ever steer them from their higher calling, and they should protect those who cannot protect themselves.
All right.
Any more questions? I assume you want to know in which tavern you are.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no taverns listed in the city description, so
No, because I've waited for you to, like, opt in, basically.
we're gonna choose the tavern by its name. So what names are available?
Well, I mean, basically the most immediate ones when you come in, right? There's, of course, like a plethora of small bars and stuff, but like the most, the inns are the Chattering Angel and the Pantry, the Winking Monk and the Spear, the Warhorse and the Ladle, and the Mortified Fox.
Ooh.
I think we go for the last one.
The Mortified Fox, yeah.
Okay.
Or the Winking Monk and the Spear sounds interesting.
But the Mortified Fox is
I like
has
the
also
ladle.
a huge bar.
Yeah, the
that's
Warhorse
very-
and the Ladle. Sounds like a good place to be fair.
Sounds like the food is best there.
Which is the most disreputable one?
I mean, the Mortified Fox is known for its crude jokes that the bartender makes.
Hey. No, I think like the one probably, as you would suggest, the one like a little bit closer to the school, but
That'd be
that would be the
ridiculous.
Chattering Angel in the Pantry because it's like right
Yeah,
around the corner
but-
from the temple.
We're not staying in any holy inns. None of that rubbish. I vote for the Warhorse and the Ladle.
Yeah, I like that one.
it's fine. I'm just gonna rely on what the researchers like.
It's,
Which one do they
It's
recommend?
known for its magic bed bugs.
The What?
What?
Why would
What?
it be known for that?
AKA,
not a
it's
good
not
thing
a
to be-
great place. So basically, as you go there, both like
Then we're
Bertram
not
and Lila be
staying
like,
Yeah,
there.
no,
No,
they
don't
have,
do
like
that.
bed bugs. Fuck no.
Any place known for bed bugs is a terrible
And it was the
Yeah, why is it
result
still in business?
of basically somebody pissing off a wizarding apprentice, and they got back to them years later.
Why is it still in business then?
No one
Reasons.
knows. Yeah, I'm heading back to the mortified fox, and
Yeah,
Wait,
same.
which one do the researchers recommend?
Well, the chattering angel and the panther is fine.
skip.
The winking sorry.
The blinking monk and the dancing spear. Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's fine as well. It's all very hygienic. But yeah, the mortified fox has the cursing bartender.
Hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Mortified fox.
Yeah. Yeah. No bed bugs.
No thanks.
So yeah, it's a plaster bar with a thatched roof. And yeah, like I said, the locals know it for its crude jokes that the bartender makes. It is run by Luigi.
Good Prince of Giuseppe.
Fuck you. Typing the name.
Does he have a brother called Mario?
No,
Is
he
he a plumber?
doesn't.
Is he a plumber?
No,
is his son Mario?
Does he wear green?
By any
Does
chance?
he regularly get high on shrooms?
Luigi
Does he think he sees
Solare.
ghosts?
Run by who?
Luigi Solare.
Yeah.
Is the place haunted?
Run by
It is
Luigi
not.
and Mario.
And it has 5 available rooms when you arrive.
Do they take panthers?
You gotta put the panther in the stable or pay extra.
I'll pay extra. It's fine.
It's a 1 gold per day per person.
Mm-hmm. So
And
5
2 gold for the.
gold?
It's 2 gold for the panther,
Okay.
so they can later on repair all the scratchings and damages, potential
he
damages.
doesn't scratch and he doesn't damage.
They don't know that, so they're just gonna factor it in.
How about I pay for any damage caused and you charge me a normal rate?
They're still gonna charge you 1 gold for the panther.
Yeah.
Well, that's not 2 gold, so that's fine.
Is this personal funds? Or
I don't think we
And-
have any group
we
funds.
don't have any party
And
funds.
do me
We
just
do,
a,
we do,
a
we
persuasion
do.
check with advantage, because
Ah.
I assume Cassis will help you with that.
We do have personal funds,
Yeah.
you guys. Just
Where's persuasion on the new character sheet?
Attributes.
It's actually the old character sheet.
how many people are staying in the?
Yeah, you're fine.
Also, is it per person or per room?
Per
Because you said
person.
per person. Okay. So how many
Because
people are
it's
staying in the mortifying
Food
box?
as well.
Did you really ask that? How many people are you housing at the moment?
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know.
So
Like,
like, yeah.
is
Are we
Layla
including
going with the
Layla?
researchers or is she staying? Like, what's the deal there?
Layla is saying, like she's gonna take a room with Cassius.
Uh huh.
Nimrod will take his own room.
Okay.
I'll take a room with Kibrath.
Guess I'm alone. Okay. Group
Sadness.
funds. I'm paying. Like, I'm assuming Nimrod paying for himself, and I'm assuming Layla is paying for herself. So you guys plus Abrav plus okay. And I'm paying. I'm paying up right now for the 25th. Let's see how long we're staying.
So that's 4 days times
Mhm.
4 gold. So 16 gold, I guess.
I'll pay for it later. Fine.
Okay, if you want to pay for her, you pay for her.
I mean, you're not paying for her, so.
Is she? Unless she wants me to pay for her.
This is gonna just like slide the coins like in your hand. This is like say nothing.
It's 16 gold coins, is nothing. Go.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. And we do have group funds. We have 349 gold pieces plus 5 silver pieces in group fund.
Oh.
Just as an FYI. Alright.
It is, when you arrive, by the way, pretty packed with patrons.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. All right.
And what are the researchers doing on the night that we arrive, and what are the Mothers of Mercy doing on the night that we arrive?
They will go drinking and enjoy the harvest day as usual. Because they also now earn extra coin to ship you around.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
We'll go to the inn that the researchers presumably direct us to, and get our room settled, and then join them for drinks, I assume.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vera would want to have conversations with the Mothers of Mercy crew and the researchers crew.
Okay,
Figure
so
out-
we're backing
figure
up
out.
again 4 days back.
Yeah, but I'm not going to go into any length of detail. It's basically just going to be catching up with the Creo, obviously, and the first mate and the others of the Mothers of Mercy, and just find out what they've been up to in the meantime, essentially.
Yeah, they were
Obviously, sailing and trading.
Yeah, they
but
were
she would
trying to
be curious
establish
what-
the newer trade routes and stuff, but then the new development between Guyland and Horia is getting in the way now.
Right. So is they're restricted now from traveling between them, or
They're
is
not
there any kind of?
restricted, but the situation is tense, and it looks like Horia is arming up to like get fully involved with military and everything.
Right.
Under the premise that basically the human towns along the coast have called out for protection.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Have they specified what they're calling out for protection from?
But apparently it was triggered by an attack in Northgate by the wolves.
Sure.
Right.
By the wolves, and a lot of people were killed and then turned into undead, who then were made to attack the citizens.
Does that concern the researchers at all, specifically Avahyra, with the whole undead scourge thing she mentioned a couple of days ago?
Yes, but then also the timing when like basically once they had, well, Avahyra is not there, right? So until you tell her, it's not gonna really matter, right?
I assumed we were drinking with the researchers and the Mothers of
No, the
Mercy.
researchers beeline for the academy.
Okay.
They went straight there. They have beds there and everything
Yeah.
also. So
Right. Okay. Okay, good to know. Obviously, Viera will raise that then with Avahyra when
Yeah.
she sees her and find out what that's about.
But
More-
even you yourself,
Viera's
if
more
you-
interested
yeah.
in how things dying in Northgate become reanimated as undead. Like, why would that happen?
Well, I mean, that's not something Creo can answer because they weren't there.
No, I know. Creo doesn't know that, but Avahyra might know.
However, timing-wise, if you put it together, it's about the time, like basically a day after you left Northgate, that this happened.
Okay.
We weren't even at the.
we weren't at the bones then. We were
weren't
still
even at
walking.
the bones then.
Yep.
Yeah, so obviously Misha followed us and reanimated shit. Is my guess.
Or your cattle.
Yeah.
Like
or-
stirring up shit because.
Yeah, why not?
Oh no, sorry, no. That was my GM fault. No, it happened after the attack on the Bones of Remembrance.
Okay, yeah.
Like within 24 hours after that. Sorry, that was my bad. Because basically the conclusion you can make is that Amalia probably stirred up some shit to have bodies to give to Misha so she can bring it back.
Okay.
Because it's too much of a coincidence that it happened within 24 hours, the same 24 hours that Revenant would need to get a new body.
Mhm. All good. Okay.
I had
I
to
don't
mortify
have anything.
Fox to your locations.
Cool. I don't have anything else to add in particular.
The only thing I gotta bring up here is just generally from the stuff that I sent you, if any of that took place, like, especially like since we're already backtracking, like during the journey, would I have been able to been in contact with Kayeen and figure out that whole Smithy situation?
But what is you didn't specify what you wanted to figure out, and you wanted to talk to Vieira about it. And since you didn't talk to Chris about it in the meantime, here's your chance to talk about it.
Okay, yeah, it would have been basically, we wanted to already just get the smithy even just working. We have already figured out what exactly we want to produce, but we haven't staffed the place. So what was brought up by Layla in the past is that we could contact Kayeen as an in-between point, so that he could...
It was like, yeah, it was a suggestion. But
Yeah.
the 2 staff members have been found already.
Mhm.
Like,
There should be 4. There should be 2 herbalist, an alchemist, and 2 unskilled people working there.
That was all
Yeah.
put in place before you guys left, so that's
And
in place.
there should be an enchanter hired.
Yeah.
Because I did instruct the herbalist alchemists to interview an enchanter for the enchanting shop as well.
So basically,
so-
you talking to each other would have uncovered
default,
that.
yeah.
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 Okay, did
and,
not know about that, yeah.
There should also have been a discussion with, I do not remember her name, but we went to the person we bought the amulets of non-detection from,
Mm-hmm.
and they worked for the Gorgons, and the conversation was, we want to set up an enchanting shop that doesn't conflict with
Yeah.
what she does.
Kulan. No, sorry, Kulan. Not. It was a freaking Nisaswan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
The owner of the arcane procurement. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. So all of that should have happened discussions-wise.
Yeah. That.
And it was just the blacksmith shop that wasn't populated.
Does it still need to be populated?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah.
Obviously, that was something you and I were going to sit down and do at some point, but there's no way we're going back that way anytime soon.
Yeah, that's why it was suggested that we contact Kayeen and basically commission him to do this as in-between point, I
I
think.
think we also suggest to get in contact with our blacksmith contact because she like walks in those circles, right?
Yeah, but
We did, yeah, but I think Kane in the end is going
it's
to
a better idea right now, especially because there's a potential war happening and a regular blacksmith might not be free enough right now.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Vieira's happy for you to contact Kane if you want.
I want to point out that if you contact your blacksmith, she will tell you that she doesn't want to join the war effort, so she is actually happy to be hired by you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then we would have said, yeah, Kane was sort of the back
So
option.
yeah,
Like,
that's gonna be a
would've-
blacksmith right there.
all right. Okay.
Okay.
And
But-
she can
She doesn't want to make weapons to
I
have.
think you need an unskilled person to work the blacksmith shop as well, don't you? So would
Yeah, she
She
can
can
help
probably
them.
she probably
Yeah.
get like with someone.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like definitely would suggest that. I guess would also suggest why not capitulate on the, but never mind.
Obviously, they will be more in touch with the mercantile trade from a smithy perspective in Tuzan anyway. Hey, it's a war. You don't have to build weapons to help the war effort. Horseshoes will be needed. All the regular nails and tongs and tools and stuff will be used too. They don't have to be weapons. So. And at the end of the day, smithing horseshoes and stuff like that is going to be regular business for anybody with horses and stuff.
And it still
Especially
needs
if
to be
it's a
done.
royal
No,
stable.
but basically she doesn't want to keep working in the city and aid the war effort. She's happy to be like outside the city and help the locals with whatever they need for
Yeah,
blacksmithing.
farming implements, all
Yes,
that kind
exactly.
of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So we're basically having her as the head blacksmith and the managerial, getting her on the workers going.
Yeah.
Which also tells you that there's probably a lot of people who don't support this conflict.
Yeah. There's a lot of farmers who probably just want to get on with their lives as well, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So, okay. So what date are we saying that's set up from?
During the boat ride, so
Between the 18th and the 21st,
Yeah.
basically.
yeah. Let's say the 19th.
Yeah. Okay. I'll rely on you to put something on the calendar, Samira. I'll rely on you to put something in the calendar.
Okay. We'll do.
And then we know that that's the date.
If you have
that
more
the smithy
questions, I know
business
that
starts.
Lena and Abo both sent me like a whole bunch of lists, so I don't have to like click in for Discord, please. If I haven't answered yet, ask me. This is the session of you asking me stuff and me telling you. Also, let me show you the day time, Bernorum.
I think most of the questions I had were about the school.
Yeah, see
Specifically.
the wall up there on top of the cliff? That's where the school grounds are.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah.
So I think most
How-
of my
Are
questions
you
are answered.
sharing any of that information with the rest of us, or is that information you're hoarding for yourself?
About the
information?
school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's. I think like that was questions or like things that Cassie would like do in those like days, to find out, and also talking with Layla and Bertrand because they have been to the school, so they would know most of this stuff.
Yeah.
So most of this could have also been on the ship, but yeah, he would definitely include anyone that wanted in on this conversation. Specifically, Cassie would be interested once they gain access to the school to meet some of the people there, the moving figures, and possibly talk about becoming a member. And when he hears about the Temple of the Sun, he also wants to go there. But
Sorry.
Yeah. No, you carry on. You do yours
Yeah,
first.
it also includes you too. So probably when we're getting closer to arriving at Banarum, like on the 20th or something, somebody would have approached Viera to basically be like, hey, we talked about enchanting and smithing a lot together. Like, why not actually approach Giuseppe to talk things through so we have a bit more of groundwork knowledge? So to basically spend the day.
I was literally going to suggest that we approach Giuseppe to learn enchanting at the school, potentially not necessarily as full members like Cassius is interested in, but just to pay for somebody to help train us on enchanting, and I do actually have a project in mind on what I want to enchant.
So basically, this is what I wanted to say. The 4 days you're spending in the town is getting to know the territory, and also this is basically the researchers of Forgotten Raw putting things into motion to like get you the resources you need to travel the Windwalk, right? Contacts, getting you like basically setting you up for the school. Because again, there's protocols. They cannot just like march thing in and like demand, right? Even members have to go through like rules. This is gonna be part of what happens after the downtime. You will have another downtime because I want to give you a approximate thing. The 2 pearls of Windwalk, and it's not 6 scrolls. Cassius, Windwalk is 10 people per spell.
I corrected that later in my own notes.
It's basically they're giving you like 2 like pearls that you just crush when you use it. So 2 of them.
So that gets us there, doesn't it? Then we don't.
we would need 3.
No, you need. Oh wait.
We
3
would need
days travel.
3 to go there, and Cassis would suggest also 3
Travel back.
to get back, or to
Okay.
get somewhere.
So 6 is correct.
6 is correct. Yeah.
Yes, it will take 20 days for this to be made.
Woof.
20 days. Okay.
It's a 6th level spell.
Yeah,
And
and
that's
this is
half
where
the
last
time.
week.
Yeah.
This is where last week I was pointing out that it's a 13 to 15 day trip by sail.
You could also pay Creo to take you around the coast. Then at
Depends,
least you have a ship at the coast, right?
Yeah, I mean, to go back, yeah. I guess I would definitely suggest to not go there by ship.
Yeah, in
to-
the long haul, the wind walk would be better because 13 days travel, it may sometimes spend in the town, and we have to travel back by ship then.
Yeah, we can travel back by ship, and then in the meantime, for those 20 days, otherwise we would have to leave immediately, basically. But Cass would also
Here's the
suggest
thing,
basically
they can make
that
2 pearls in 10 days.
well, okay, but we would need 15 days for 3 pearls because it's
No,
like
it's for 1 pearl it's 10 days, but they can do 2 at the same time.
okay.
So it would be 30 days. Right.
30 days? I thought you just said 20. Okay.
30 days for 6
Sorry,
pearls, because
yeah.
you can do 2 at a time, but it's 10 days for 2 pearls.
Okay.
So if you want 4 pearls, it's 20 days. If you
So we
want 6
get
pearls,
4.
it's 30 days.
Okay, so basically, Cass would suggest then we would go for the trip there with the pearls, but we can save 1, and then we can go with the ship back. So in the meantime, we can do whatever.
What ship?
If we get Creo to go there, like we
We'd
pay
have to
Creo to
pay-
go there. Yeah,
yeah.
that's fine. We can
But,
pay
like,
Creo to
I-
go
I-
there.
But
why
you
would we do the
literally
pearls?
would
Don't.
arrive, like Creo would arrive there before you even get the pearls.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to say. I was going to suggest that like we may get those pearls made anyway, so that in that time, because otherwise we can leave whenever they leave. But in those days' time, we can take care of the research that we need to do, like everything else, right? Like if you guys are like immediately done with this town after like just arriving in 4 days, and then we get access to the school and we don't do anything with it, like there's a bunch of stuff that we can do to prepare. We need more information, like guys would like more information about what the fuck
The
we're dealing
question
with.
is, we need 3 pearls to get there, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
But 2 pearls gets us 2/3 of the way.
Yes.
And how many days travel is it if we just take 2 pearls and then keep walking?
Let's ask the map. We need to look at that.
Because there's no rush to get back,
There's no rush to get back, no.
is my point. You only have a rush to get there.
How long is the travel with like? How much do we get per day with the pearl again?
Well, the pearl is 300. It's
Sorry. Shit. Sorry. No, it's wrong.
traveling speed. Give me a second. Opening up. So the traveling speed is 240 miles per 8 hours, and it lasts 8 hours.
Get back to 240, please. Oh yeah, you're doing the.
Like if we already go 480, then we're like
Here, and so it's just. It's
basically like
130
around
left.
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we
It's
would
one-
have to go over the roads then.
Okay.
It would take you days.
30, 60. Yeah. It would take us good, like 19, that's 140, and yeah, that's like almost 200 miles.
That's actually does bring me to a point, because Gasu would also get in like ask the researchers about some like the spells, especially talking a little bit with Ava and Giuseppe. And a spell that he would want to learn is Phantom's Steed, which would allow him to travel like 100 miles.
So
in
let's
day.
back it up a tiny bit. Okay, let's end of the training 4 days. So I just wanted to tell you that it's gonna take some time to do the pearls. You gotta make a decision if you're gonna wait around for them to be made, right? Or not. Like if you're leaving with Creo at the end of those, like at the end of your training and just moving, right? I think Cassius at least wouldn't want to leave because there's a certain knowledge he wants to know that only the researchers have locally here. Specifically, Vecna.
There's knowledge. There's the about the Undying King.
Yeah,
also
and
about like
you
the
also
first
want
thing.
to have a chance to look for the guy, right?
I mean, that he leaves up to Viera Samira. They said they would handle that part.
So if you leave on a ship, you're not doing any of that.
Exactly. So Cassius would at least suggest to stay for then I guess for 20 days.
Yes.
And to go back by ship, because then we're not in a hurry anymore. And in the meantime, we can make use of all the resources here as much as possible. Spells to learn, there's a lot of information in the library that he wouldn't want to get access to, so...
And you can pay the Mother of Mercy to go ahead of time to scout the town as well.
I would suggest that we just take 2 pearls and cover the rest with Viera.
With
How long would
Viera,
it-
what can you do?
2 pearls is 10 days instead of 20 for the ship.
Yeah.
In that 10 days, we get a riding saddle made for a giant eagle that supports you and Samira.
How fast do you fly on the giant eagle?
80.
Yeah, at this point, like when we were discussing, like, travel by air, like of creature, Samira is gonna bring up that she possibly has something else to help with that as well, because she's been dreaming of another.
Mind you, that thing has a carrying capacity. I want to point it out. It's you are 3 people and a panther.
Yeah.
No, we're not. We're 2 people and a panther.
What about Layla?
What about Layla? She was
Layla is
going
leaving.
somewhere else.
Yeah, that's all information that needs to be because Cassius doesn't know the fuck she's leaving, and that's also some definite moment that needs to happen before any of this. So you can say, oh, it's 2 people, or 3 people, or 2 people sitting there in the back. Cassius is like, what the fuck, 2 people? So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2 people and a panther.
it's not 2 people in a panther.
How
Well,
long
it
can you?
is 2 people.
But how long does your spell last? It doesn't last 8 hours, Chris.
Yeah, I have enough spell points to make it last 8 hours.
Okay, fair enough. So 8 hours. Let's do the math before we do any further
It's
stuff.
64 miles a day in 8 hours.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's 120 miles remaining if you actually fly in a straight line.
No.
You get to basically around about here with the wind walks.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's a day and a half by flight.
Yes.
Yeah,
Which
you can
And
make
the
it.
eagle
which
will
makes
only
it-
needs to carry Cassius and Abrath because I can get another basically familiar.
Okay.
You can still send the Mother of Mercy ahead of time to scout.
I don't think we need
Sure.
to.
Well, if we want to go back,
I can fly us back, and Samira said she's got another familiar that can bring her back. So yeah. So what?
There you go.
If we're flying back to there, I'm too far zoomed out. But can someone read how many miles that is?
That is
608.
600.
608, and I'm flying at 80 a day.
Yes.
64 a day.
So that's
10 days. No, not 10.
Well, 10 days is 800, so
8 days.
it's like 8 days travel.
Why 80? It's 64. You can only do it for 8 hours.
What is this? Okay, when she's talking about the spell,
Giant
but she also
Eagle
mentioned.
is 8 hours per 8 miles per hour.
Yes, correct. And I can also giant elk for 8 hours a day.
Yeah, but then you start to accumulate the traveling exhaustion thing.
Yeah, you do.
You're not traveling for 16 hours.
I'm
We
not saying
thought-
we're going to travel
yeah.
for 16 hours. I'm saying that we can cover 80 miles a day.
By pushing beyond the 8 hours.
Yeah. But only for like an hour or two each day.
That's still like you would have to roll 2 exhaustion checks every day.
Yeah, didn't we just say that on the way back we are not in a hurry?
Yeah, I'm saying if we're in a hurry, that's how fast we can go. But it's still only 8 days travel back. That's still quicker than Creo on the ship.
Even on the
Yes.
8 hours is like 9 days. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can totally make it back, no problem. Sure. I
So,
love D&D
I mean-
players that fuck my life.
We don't even need the pearls at this point, so I don't see the point of waiting 10 days to get 2 pearls that gets us halfway across when in 10 days we'd already be there.
Well, except that Cassius wants to spend some time to research things and
Yes.
stuff.
No, I do too, but my point is there's no rush for the 10 days.
Mhm.
We can leave whenever we want.
Yeah, but
I would
waiting 10
suggest-
days for the 2 pearls makes most sense. We're already staying a couple of days, and with the pearls we cut that.
I
time.
agree,
Yes.
but we don't need to use the pearls straight away. We can cover the first 80 miles out of the city in one day, and then use a pearl, and then use a pearl to get us there in those 2 remaining days.
But the
True.
pearl thing, you can, like the Windwalk, you can actually do like one after another. Because you're a fart that travels very quickly.
Yeah, but you can still only travel for 8 hours a day.
No.
Why not?
Well,
Why
I-
does
I
that
don't-
suddenly
I don't-
change the rule?
Because I don't see why Windwalk is affected by that.
I mean, but you're still spending 8 hours.
You're spending 8 hours concentrating on
Okay,
traveling
yeah,
in a
then,
direct.
then, okay, yeah, we can stick to 8 days a day. Sure. So 2 more days.
I wouldn't change that. I mean, at the end of the day, we're going to get there in 3 days, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
we can leave whenever you want. I still want to hang around because A, I've got stuff I want to do. B, I suggest we get a leather worker to make a saddle for a giant eagle that goes in the portable hole because you never know when that ship might
Yeah,
come in.
I'd need a saddle too. Yeah.
Yeah, you will need a saddle for your familiar, so we should get those commissioned because you already said the school has every crafter known to mankind, so this is the place to do it.
Mhm.
You also have craft
and
people
that
in the
gives
town.
us
You don't have
time-
to go for the school, but yes, you have access to the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that gives us time to A, get in with the school, commission a couple of things, like, hey, we are interested in contributing. And I've got some projects I want to work on in the meantime that are probably going to take 5 or 6 days minimum anyway. So I'm happy for us to wait the 10 days, but I don't think we should be using Creo's time and costs for his ship,
Okay.
because I
fair enough.
don't think that's necessary.
If we can get back that far, like I wasn't aware that you could shift into a giant eagle.
Either way, so
I can do that on the 25th.
I'm gonna jump in here. As we're debating this over the next 4 days, you know, Layla was kind of in and out, mostly like away because she's also like going on about with the business, same as the researchers, right? Tracking down what like the next step is. Towards the end of those 4 days, Cassius on basically on the third evening, she's returning from another day that she spent mostly in the school, you figure. And she will make sure that you guys like actually take your dinner upstairs in the room because she wants to talk to you.
Okay. Sure. Do we need to use the stone disc?
I think that's a given if we're in our rooms for a conversation.
I mean, she wants to talk to Cassius, not to everyone.
Ah,
Oh, I see. So it's not
Ah.
we're all taking dinners back to our rooms. I see. Samira and I are on our own, I guess.
okay.
Yeah, we're just chatting. We're having a grand time.
Finding gristle in the meat and dropping it under the table for a breath.
Yeah. I think we
Okay.
might as well just talk about saddles.
Yeah. Conversation about saddles, yeah.
Yeah,
Sounds
it's
good.
relevant to both of us.
100%, yeah.
So yeah, you get to dinner. You go to the room.
Mhm.
I leave it to Cassius if he's getting the disc from Samira.
If he gets the what, sorry?
The disc from Samira,
Oh.
the silence disc.
I mean, it's in the chair
Bag.
pouch, right?
No, it's
Yeah.
not in a pouch, it's in a bag. A holding.
Ah. In the share pouch. Yeah, he will then ask her for it as he gets up with his dinner.
Little didn't ask you for it, but like I'm leaving it up to Cassius if he wants
Yeah,
to.
he will take it.
Yeah,
In any
pass
case.
without problem.
All right. Well, see you guys later.
Okay, have fun. Back to our conversation. This is more concerning. Okay. Whatever.
Rude. Rude people. No. And he follows her upstairs. So,
Yeah. So we looked into the next piece,
okay.
the discs.
Hmm.
We thought that the next piece are actually in the archives among the artifacts that the Academy is storing, but it seems that in the meantime there was an incident and they have been stolen. We have a trace on them. However, we need to move fast, and there is not enough time to cater to what you need to do and following up on whoever took this. So it would be better. Well, there's no great way of putting this, so I'm just gonna say it. We need to split up for the time being. We need to leave, and we need to leave tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
Yes.
you hold off until the last night too.
I
say
didn't
this.
know for sure. We had to track down the information.
Right.
You know, I would, if I could, I would do it different. But I have my own promises I have to keep.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not goodbye, Cassius. I will be back. I mean, I'm gonna try my very best to be back.
I mean, you better.
Well, among other things, you guys have the two other pieces that I kind of need for this whole thing. So, you know, me coming back is kind of given anyway. But no, I want to come back to you.
It's reassuring to hold that over your head.
I told you, I don't ever want to get into a situation where I choose between my job
No,
and you.
no, it's. I get that.
But at least this is not permanent. It's just temporary. It's just pressing for time.
Yeah. It's just difficult. And I understand. It's fine. You need to do what you need to do.
Hopefully, by the time you're done with your weird merchant guy, we might have the discs. Discs. We don't even know how many there are. Apparently, there have been like fakes of them that have like pieces of the actual real thing embedded that serve to find it.
Right.
But that fake was this is great. So like it wasn't even a real thing. It was like a fake thing that the Academy had. They thought it was the real thing, but it wasn't. But then the fake thing was stolen because the fake thing is the pointer towards the actual real thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I don't care. Sorry, but that's not important to me right now. I understand, Layla. You have your own shit, and I told you I would not come in the way of your work.
I tried delaying things as much as possible. I really tried. But I got new inputs, and with whatever happened in Hollowstone, that actually became more of a pressing issue because the artifacts might actually be a solution to that. It turns out my employer's not too happy about the giant fuck off nightmare wreaking havoc across the lands.
I would guess not.
And the 4 artifacts are the key to finding a solution to it. So my orders became more pressing, and I cannot delay them anymore. At least I can leave the 2 with you as, you know, a way to, she kind of grins, you know, cheat a tiny bit, you know, the wiggle room. So I have to come back here, if you know what I mean. I'm trying my best.
I know.
But I can't wait until you're done with Yiz to go after the disc.
I'm not sure if when exactly it'll be done, but at least this portion.
Well, please be smart. I would like to have you mostly in one piece back, if that's possible, please.
Yeah. If we find a hard, I might just, stick it in there as well.
Excuse you, what?
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 No, it's...
Who sticks what in? Where?
I will be careful. I'd like to think that during our time together, I've become a little bit smarter. By proxy, of course.
I hope so. I hope it rubs off a tiny bit.
Mm-mm.
Spirits, no, we did enough rubbing.
I wasn't going to say it.
She
but...
gives you her finger guns. And then kisses
Right.
you. Let's just enjoy this evening. Tomorrow we have to leave. And apparently Nimrod is part of it.
Coming with you.
Yeah. So his elder things are very interested in putting that dragon down.
Yeah. And I would guess he would not wait a single moment for chasing down particle artifacts for his own
As
goals.
far as I know, he's along for the ride because of that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come with us.
Yeah. Do you know if he talked with Samira about that? I didn't
Who,
really see
him?
them talk.
Like, I don't know. Not none of my
No.
business.
I mean, maybe you saw it, but...
I mean, he didn't look like on the ship. He didn't look that grumpy. Like, but I didn't see them talk. I don't know.
Always looks grumpy. I can't tell the difference.
No, he didn't look grumpy on the ship. He actually looked quite like he enjoyed himself.
Did he?
Yeah. Didn't you see him? Like he was like helping with the heavy lifting and.
Yeah, he just... I don't know. He just looks like Nimrod to me.
Well, I mean, that's fine.
Okay, so you're leaving what time tomorrow?
We're leaving around noon, but we're gonna be leaving from the school and prepping in the morning. So basically, I'm leaving in the morning after breakfast.
So that gives us, how many hours?
All night.
All night. Right.
I'm fine not sleeping. Are you
I'm
fine,
fine
not sleeping?
not sleeping. See, some other things have rubbed off.
So that's gonna be the night.
Mm-hmm.
Meantime, same evening. Samira, where are you around dinner?
Having dinner.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna make an executive decision that
Okay.
Nimrod approached you that evening.
Okay. Okay.
And basically, during dinner,
Did you know with Vieira?
I mean, Vieira is she there?
Or is this the dinner we're discussing saddles at?
Potentially.
Probably, yeah.
That's the same dinner where, like, Cassius and Layla went upstairs to have their dinner on
Yeah,
their
that's
own.
the saddle dinner.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay, it's a saddle dinner. Amazing. Can please somebody write into the calendar saddle dinner? Just
I don't know
for-
what date it is.
It's the third
evening, so that's
the 20.
4th.
Okay, 24th saddle dinner. Give me a second.
Technically,
Oh.
that's the fourth evening because the first evening was the one we arrived at.
Yeah, but I don't count that. I mean, the third evening
I'll
after
note
the...
it.
Yeah.
Saddle
Dinner, thank you.
Dinner.
Oh my god. Thank you. So, on the 24th, saddle dinner, right, Nimrod will approach and then just basically tell you very curtly, in his usual, like, not overly rough, but like the way he usually talks, right, is that he just wanted to let you know that he's leaving tomorrow with Layla and the researchers of Forgotten Lore. And wishes you good luck. Then he kind of stops, corrects himself, wishes you all of you good luck. Because he remembers Vieira is sitting there as well.
How kind of you to notice.
And at that comment, he kind of like awkwardly rubs his neck. Looks like he's about to say more, but then turns around and walks away.
As he's about to walk away, Vieira's just going to say, is this something to do with your call to war?
He nods. Yes.
Yeah, like far too late for it to not be awkward. She just kind of stupidly like calls after good luck.
I also assume this is the evening she wrote the letter and then gave it to
Yeah.
him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Because the next morning, he will walk up to you guys during breakfast.
I immediately burn myself into my arms, like just it's too early for this.
So wait, got hours. So during breakfast, I assume Cassius and Layla have breakfast upstairs in the room, like squeezing the maximum amount of time they have together.
Yep.
Right. So it's again Vieira and Samira at breakfast.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It is very hard for someone with Samira's skin tone to blush, but she is fiercely like redheaded now. As he comes over.
And he will approach you and give you what looks to be like 3 pieces of paper folded twice into this like pile, basically parchment, and he will say, it took me great effort to write this because I don't write letters like ever.
I appreciate
No,
it
no.
nonetheless. Yeah.
Here.
Okay.
I've written. Gwen wanted to say bye, and then he will like pull the weasel out and like shove the weasel into your face, basically.
Can I insight check the weasel? Does the weasel actually want to say goodbye?
The weasel is like, it's a nocturnal animal. The weasel is like, the weasel is like, I want to sleep.
Yeah, I take that as a safety line to focused on Quinn right now.
Yeah. The weasel kind of wakes up because, of course, it was like pulled out of the pouch where it was already falling asleep. Right. Why are you rolling a wisdom saving throw? What the fuck?
Do I intervene? Don't I? The answer's nope.
But it does wake up enough to like kind of nuzzle your nose, you know, to get like weasel whiskers in your face.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes back to sleep, and he gently puts it back in the pouch.
Safe travels.
He nods, turns around, and walks out.
Can you just bury me alive, Vera, please? I don't wanna. I am mortified as this fox.
So, in the meantime...
Are you guys talking but not talking? Writing letters but not writing letters?
Apparently so.
Wait, it's uploading. There you go. 1.
Did you guys do something and are now confused about it? Or did you not do something and you're definitely confused about it?
I don't know what his response is yet. I don't know.
You have the paper in your hand.
The fact he wrote a letter and said that it took him great effort to write this suggests that he cares. So, A, get off your ass. B, go and talk to him properly. Nah, I'm not Nimrod. You aren't talking to me. Go talk to him.
You don't understand. I wrote him first.
I don't need to understand. Just go and talk to him. Just say, hi, I just wanted to wish you good luck. I hope we meet again soon. Stay safe. Go. Sigh all you want. I will throw you over there if I have to.
I need to read this first. They haven't left yet. I need to read this first.
The letter can wait.
No, it cannot. It cannot. I can't. No. No.
Abel, how much are you grinning right now?
I'm saying nothing.
Is Viera continuing to go on that point?
No, Viera's just gonna get up and walk after Nimrod.
No. I'm actively going to stop you.
Good
I'm
luck with
actively
that.
going to stop you.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, no. I'm running after you to try and physically stop you.
I need 2 perception checks for Samira with disadvantage. Viera
Perception?
normal. Yeah, if you're looking for Nimrod outside.
I'm not looking for. I'm keeping Viera from looking from him.
That would be a grapple check, please.
Yeah.
Dexterity or athletics counter.
Can I do acrobatics?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Can I use my fate point?
Yes,
Yeah, if he rolls higher than me, I'm using my fate point too. Like, fuck no, this ain't happening.
Like, we never do PvP, but we're gonna do PvP now!
No, I'm using my fate point last chance. I'm not letting this happen.
Do you even beat that?
Can you even
Can't
beat that?
it.
Oh, that's a good question.
You've only got a +7.
I can't.
No, you can't.
Fuck.
I'm gonna
I can't.
permanently burn your fate point.
Do it.
No, I can't do that. I can't
Okay,
do
so
that.
Viera dodges
Fuck.
and runs out. Roll me a perception check. 'Cause it's been like a minute.
Yeah, as soon as she leaves my grasp, I am barricading myself in my room.
Do I need a perception check or can I just track him?
You're in a city.
He's a human.
Yes. Okay. He's not a human.
No, he's not. But he's humanoid. I get advantage on tracking humanoids.
Yes, but I also want to point out realistically you're on paved grounds. I don't know how you would track him. It's not like he's leaving footprints.
By smell, obviously.
You...
26.
Canon, Nimrod smells.
I mean, he does smell like wet wolf, so there's that.
Well.
Yeah, exactly.
It's canon.
I did put a DC of 25. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you track him down by sniffing people.
Yeah.
You get
I-
super
I-
odd glances.
I smell wet wolf on the jackets of people he's brushed past.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
And some
But
comments that people made of like, oh, this like guy who just bumped me, you know, with all the tattoos on his face, and
Yeah.
you know, so yeah, you
She's
track
just gonna
him.
pop up next to him, like when he stops to cross the street or whatever. She's gonna pop up next to him and be like, "Hey,
He kind of startles.
it's okay. You're all right.
Hey.
What was that about?"
She wrote me a letter last night. I returned the letter.
Yeah, I mean, she said something about you sending her to me for a conversation, and we had a conversation. And I'm guessing the conversation didn't go the way she expected it to, because now you guys are only writing letters to each other.
He kind of rubs the back of his neck. He's like, I'm not sure how much how much do you know even?
Well, I know that you both like each other. That much is obvious from anybody who looks at you.
He blows out his cheeks like,
Yeah.
puts his hands
So,
into his
I mean-
pockets, like kicks a stone away,
Am I wrong?
looks up.
Am I wrong?
Look, sometimes people. Well, I wrote in the letter that maybe when I'm back, you can help us figure out. I don't understand her. She's very confusing to me.
Oh, yeah, sure. She was very confusing to me too.
No, but she does this thing where she says one thing and then she does another, and it doesn't
Yeah.
match. And
Yeah.
yes. And then she
For-
gets
for-
angry,
for anybody
and then she
who's paying
goes on a
attention to
rant,
instincts.
and she doesn't stop. Right.
Yeah.
She like. And I might have been drunk in that moment, which did not help.
Yeah, probably not. I would imagine. But again, I assume you were drunk because you were trying to forget about it
I
or
was
relax.
count, like he
Yeah,
like looks
no.
around.
I get it.
Also, that town, that with the minotaurs and the centaurs and the smell and unfamiliar, very unfamiliar. I
Mhm.
mean, your cat was similar, except
Yeah,
It's-
heckles phrased, so to speak.
yes.
Yes, on edge.
See, you get it.
Mhm.
But I
Yeah.
don't like you that way. He kind of like raises his hands, like, no offense.
That's okay. I don't like my cat that way either.
None of my business.
You guys just need to sit down and talk without the influence of probably sageberry leaves or alcohol or tempers. Because it's very obvious you both like each other.
Well, I'll be back with them.
All I will say is make sure you are back, because if you're not, I will find you and raise you.
I want to ask for clarification, and I don't. I'll take it as a threat.
It's a promise.
Take care of her.
Likewise, take care of yourself and the researchers.
He nods.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And she'll just turn around and head back.
And we're gonna call it a break here, so Lena can read.
And panic.
Because I assume Samira read the letter in the meantime. Well,
Yeah.
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 Okay, then I will call a break. Break.
Break.
We'll be right back in 10 minutes.
welcome to pain.
Let's welcome the I will name the session like this. Let's welcome the pain.
Don't forget to double unmute yourself.
I have double unmuted myself.
I mean, you always get my pain memes in the aftermath, so yeah.
So, the total time Viera finding Nimra getting back would have been half an hour, so it's 8:30. By that time, Cassius said bye to Layla. She left. So basically, by the time Viera gets back, Cassius comes downstairs.
I don't fucking think so.
Where are you going after that?
Viera's chasing down Layla because she promised me a pearl of sending.
Oh, she would have given you that.
Okay,
previous evening.
in that case, I'm not chasing her down. I'm sending her a message using the pearl of sending, just saying hi, just testing this works.
It does. Cassius has one too, just so you know.
So is Samira the only one without pearl of sending?
Yes.
Good to know.
She's getting all the
Okay.
hits today, huh?
She could only get two, so I mean, get a pair of them is
Okay.
already a lot.
Yeah, no, that's all good. Do we need to hand these back when we get back, or
Yes.
shouldn't have asked that question, should I?
Fair enough.
Well, Vieras is a loner. The one for Cassius is kind of from her private stash, but she didn't tell him that.
Does Layla tell Viera that?
No.
That's a shame. Otherwise, I was going to convince Cassius he had to give his up and then just keep that one.
Well, as far as you know, yes, he has to.
All good. Yeah, we're good to go otherwise.
So, in what state do they find Samira?
Oh, she's in her room.
Fuck's sake!
Yeah, I did say as soon as like Viera left, she just kind of just ran into the room. She couldn't deal with it.
Yeah, as Cassius would have walked down with Layla and hugged her tightly, very tightly, before letting go, and then watches her leave. Goes back in the inn, tired as all hell, and orders a fucking drink.
It's really early for a drink.
Yeah, if they serve it, he'll
Does the
take it.
barman give him a crude joke about
Yeah.
drinking too early? That was the whole reason we stayed at this inn.
Yeah. Will make me do
Yeah.
a crude joke, but he gets one, yes.
Cassius will just glare at him. It's like
Which will
he's
earn
deaf.
you another joke.
Just mumbles something, takes a drink, and sits down.
And
So
he's
you're
like,
actually
"I
sitting
can't
at-
hear you when you mumble," and then he goes on my way.
So you're sitting at the bar when Viera gets back.
Yeah, he's not sitting with the bartender at the fucking bar.
No,
He's
but
making
you're sitting
jokes.
at the bar, an empty bar.
Yeah.
next to
He's
the bar.
sitting at a table, and he's
Are you nursing the drink, or have you drunk it?
probably drunk it, and he's just
Yeah.
kind of staring at it.
The next question I have is, do I notice Cassius is sitting at the bar when I come back?
Again, he's not at the bar, he's at the table.
And it's yeah.
Do I notice him at
Yes.
the table when I get back?
I'm not hiding. I can do stuff.
Very early morning, the inn is not that full yet. Because people don't get drunk that early, unless they're alcoholics. No judgment.
Hello.
Do I need to chase after your other half and have another conversation?
No,
Judging by the look on your face.
it's fine.
Is everything alright? As good as it can be?
I don't even know how to approach that answer, so yes. It's fine. Want a drink?
Not at this time in the morning.
Suit
Not
yourself.
there.
Are you going to be sitting here nursing drinks for the rest of today, or are we going to get stuff done?
No, I need to go to the school. What? Sorry. Chasing someone else
Well, I was just chasing down Nimrod after
Right.
that
And
was.
you would notice that Samira is gone.
Yeah.
I'm
Breakfast
assuming
untouched.
she's in her room. She tried to grapple me to the floor, but didn't work.
It's expected. Both. Actually, the grappling ending didn't work.
Yeah. I think she was too flustered by the fact that they're on talking terms, right? But they're writing each other letters instead of talking to each other.
Ah.
Are you and Layla on those sort of terms at the moment, or are you
No,
guys? Like, at least-
we're normal functioning adults. So
Valid.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least I know where you guys stand, so that's great.
and no, we're good. She
just missing each other. She's having to leave. You're having to go somewhere else.
she has to. Well,
Yeah,
you know,
She
about
has
the
her promise
things.
to fulfill. Yes.
She has her promise, and yeah, and I know that Nimrod was going with them.
Yes, he was.
So
And still is.
and so is.
Yeah, no, she let me know. She said she wasn't gonna say goodbye. And I told her I would browbeat her into saying goodbye if she didn't say goodbye. So.
Did she? Oh.
She doesn't like it at all.
I know.
And she thought she would be doing you a favor, and I was like, yeah, how dumb are you? Like, really? Like, you people in your relationships, sort your shit out. would you?
Thank you for that, because that would have been a mistake on her part.
Yeah. And she knew, I think deep down she knew that, ultimately. Just like deep down Nimrod knows that he needs to talk to Samira properly, but they're struggling to find a level on which to see eye to eye to talk about stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how much you caught, but probably everything, because nothing really gets past you. But the day when we were outside of Hollowstone, they had a little bit of a falling out.
Well, I was asleep.
Yeah, it was when you, like, in the early part of the
Yeah, I mean, Nimrod wasn't in the best mental state anyway, so I'm not surprised he had a falling out with anybody that evening. Probably should also mention it, because I've mentioned it to Samira, but not you. The whole Northgate thing was probably instigated by him. Because that night on Hollowstone, where we went back to town the next day, he sounded essentially a call to war.
Why?
Details to which I do not know the answers, nor do I wish to get involved in other people's reasons for war, particularly. But essentially, I think the wolves attacked Northgate first.
Figures.
And they've requested aid from Tuzan on backing themselves up. So,
I mean, this was about to blow, I guess, anyway.
I think this whole interior situation put anyone in a confined space with other people they don't like long enough, and eventually something gives. So.
Of course, and I mean, this is a tipping point, right? If something happens, like something of grand scale, it's like easy for people to get riled up.
It's easy for people to see a flying dragon decimating ship says, "Oh, this came from Guyland. This is a declaration of war. Declare war." Blah blah blah. Typical responses, if one. But anyway, we digress. So I went after Nimrod this morning just because he delivered a letter to Samira. She wasn't interested in going after him to actually talk to him. She was desperate to read the letter. So I left her to read her letter and slid out and chased him down. So, and they both like each other. That's the silly thing. They're both aware of their feelings. Whatever else is getting in the way of that just needs to be. They just need to speak the same language, ultimately.
Fair.
And they do have wildly different backgrounds and wildly different viewpoints. So of course there's going to be some adjusting to get used to each other.
I mean, don't we all in this group?
I mean, I'm not adjusting to anything.
I don't think so.
Also, happily not burdened by relationship quandaries.
You basically are.
But I'm not. I would never consider either of you a burden.
Well, that's good, at least.
Yeah. Vieira's gonna tap him on the shoulder and do lesser restoration. Welcome.
Okay.
Get your head straight.
I
we're
was
gonna
far
do
from
this-
drunk, but
Yeah. And the last thing you need is a hangover because you didn't drink enough water. We need to get to the school. We need to get our heads together. We need to put plans into motion. We need to get things moving.
so let's go fetch her, I guess.
And we also need to finish our training.
True.
We'll see.
Yeah. So yeah,
So yeah.
I'm gonna head upstairs with Cassius.
Yeah.
What
me
stage
He's
did you
going
find
into the-
Samira in?
He's going into the room first, without
She-
Vieira.
Yeah. There's a very suspicious lump of blanket on the bed.
It was
Quite literally. Just
Bert-
a blanket burrito.
first I knock. Come on.
Yeah.
There's no answer, but the door is open if you try it.
Yeah. Gonna walk in. And
Oh
just-
no, this will take all of my tracking skills to find her. Wherever could she be?
I need to use my glasses as well. Fuck. That's gonna sit on the bed.
Just
Oh,
get it
there's a
over
lump
with.
here.
So,
Just get it over with.
you gonna stay in your little cave, or?
Kinda wanna, but I know I can't.
I don't know what you're worried about.
He's coming back.
Yeah, I know. What the fuck did you say to him, Vera? What did you do?
I said hey.
Uh-huh.
He jumped.
Uh-huh.
I reassured him he was safe.
Okay.
And then you killed him, right?
Not yet. No, because he didn't say the bad things. He didn't say he's leaving.
I also
and
need
never
to
coming
ask
back and
if
not gonna
Samira
talk
is
to
talking
Samira.
to the rest of you while still wrapped in the blanket in a
Yeah,
pile.
there's
It's-
still just the blanket
It's a
bundle, but
muffled mumble from under
Yeah.
the
Okay.
blanket. And
there's yeah, I think as
Vieira's
Vera goes,
occasionally prodding her with her finger as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
There's-
same.
yeah, there's the slightest like glimpse of her eyes just out of one slit just peeking out, just
Oh
staring
my
straight at
god.
Yeah, I mean, we had a regular conversation.
Mhm.
He said he was coming back.
Okay.
He said that he still wants to talk to you, and he suggested that I try and help you guys see eye to eye when he does get back. Because he's aware that whatever is going on is clearly balls up of misunderstandings left and right. And the fact that he was drunk when you were trying to talk to him the other night, which didn't help, he was also a little bit high on sageberry leaves,
Yeah. Yeah.
as he usually is. So, yeah, ultimately,
Okay. It's not bad. That's not bad.
no. And, I mean, he did mention something that he'd put in the letter, essentially saying the same thing to that effect.
Yeah.
Where's the letter, by the way?
And yeah, that was it. And he told me to look after you and wished us good luck. And I said likewise. And he needs to look after himself and the researchers. And I wished him good luck. And that was it.
Okay.
See? Not the
Okay.
end of the world.
Feels like it, but alright.
Do you want a beer?
I don't think I should resort to that. That's a bad habit.
Yeah,
Or-
someone with some sense in the party at least.
You guys are fucked up.
I know.
Mm.
I know. You don't have to emphasize it.
So, moving on to keep your little minds preoccupied with other things. The school. Did we finally get access with the researchers? Do we still need to sort out our own access? Do we need to...
The access
We need to get
OSC
saddles made.
You can stop doing it in character. OSC, you still have 1 day of training, and then the next day is the whole thing when the academy part starts.
Okay.
Okay.
So, quarterstaff's up. We've got 1 day left.
Yeah.
I need to
Really?
beat some sense into both of you by the looks of it.
Can't we
GM is
just skip
sad
that?
nobody's asking about the letter.
I mean,
It's
At
At
the
right.
the,
Right.
point,
You
at,
don't
at
need
the
to know.
mentioning of training, like her head actually, her whole head pokes through, and her hair is a mess from the blanket. Like, she-
Yeah. Hair doesn't need to be perfect for training. Goodness me, get up. Let's go.
Okay. Okay.
I mean,
okay.
at this point, it would act as like a shield with that amount like poofing out, right? It's blocked everything.
You're still sitting on a bed, right?
Yeah.
And not for long by the sounds of it.
Yeah, I'm pushing you off.
A grapple check. Athletics versus whatever Cassius wants to roll.
It sucks.
No!
Oh,
She just paws at you. She
Not
just
much
paws.
better.
She just pawed at you feebly.
Yeah,
Eh.
I just
the blanket got in the
Basically.
way. She realized she's still entangled in a blanket.
I couldn't get very far, so I just headbutted you.
No, you're not headbutting anyone. You're trying to paw at him and by accident throw the letter at his face.
Wow.
No.
No.
No. No, I
Well, it's
immediately
critical
scrambled
fail.
to get the letter. I immediately scrambled to get the letter.
It's like with that, I just like I stand up and I just rip off the sheets.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you. Fuck. Okay. Give me that.
So,
What do you
Beers?
like?
Yeah, training. Give me. Yeah. Get.
Training.
Get.
Let's go.
Get.
Okay. So you finish training.
Where do we do the
1, 2,
training in the
3,
town?
4, 5, 6, 7,
There are
8.
parks and spaces.
Yeah. Coast, beach, whatever. I don't care.
Yeah. Lots of places, the docks, etc.
But you finish training on the 25th at 5 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
So then you can get together to make plans for the next 10 days.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Were we informed about why the others are leaving?
Yes.
Well, Viera knows. Yeah, they're going after the artifact.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
I had the same sentiment. So, to give you the short of it, okay, I got also the short of it, but basically the things they had here at the school, they had some kind of like fake disc that had parts of the real thing in it, but these have been stolen, and they need to get these parts back in order to find
Yeah.
the real discs.
But
That's
they at
as-
least have like a head start on trying
they
to
have a
find it, if you know.
trace on the person that did it. I didn't go into details of who and what. Layla did give me a stone to check up on her every once in a while, every day.
Okay, that's good. I'm happy.
So-
Yeah, that
Like
works.
sending a message kind of track, keep up with her, or
Yeah. Basically, I think it's the same thing as you can do, Samira. So, but it just
is
I
it just
can use
once a day?
It is.
That's good. Like it
Right.
only works between the stones, or
As far as I know, I looked at it and she explained it a little bit. These like this one is linked with one of hers, so I can talk to her with it, and she can talk to me. But I don't think I can use it for anything else. But I can use it to at least, hear her and see what their progress is.
that's
We can
great. I'm
update-
happy for that
update
you guys
her.
can keep in contact like that.
Yeah, it's and I can ask. I mean, of course, you can do your own thing.
Yeah, but
with,
you can hear a voice that way. That's something.
So we can check up on what their progress is, how they're faring, especially after we get to where we need to go, or well, where I need to go, I guess. Then we can try to see where they are. I mean, we don't necessarily need to come back here. Brings me to the whole travel point, what we're doing. So basically, if we're going by flight, I guess that's a thing you can do, Vera.
Yeah.
Before, like you tried flying before, I saw you. It didn't look that
This
great.
is slightly different. Yeah. This isn't me being able to shift into an animal. This is me using magic to turn myself into an animal.
Okay, yeah, that's
So it only lasts for an hour, as opposed to the other one that lasts for several hours.
yeah. But does it have an other difference as well?
Um,
Because I know it soaks up a lot of the harm that you get dealt in the first one, right?
this one does the same thing,
Sure.
but I feel a little bit, I don't know, my mental acuity isn't quite as good as with the other one, with the natural one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not stupid. I'm not like chasing after random things when I'm in an animal form, but I'm not able, obviously I'm in an animal form, so I'm unable to speak anyway. So there's that. So if you guys want to land prematurely or anything like that, we're going to have to come up with a series of signals for you to say down or up or whatever. Or
Can you
danger.
still understand I know language that wise? Is that the same thing?
Yes, I can still understand language.
Yeah, I think
Mm.
it should be. Yeah, we should find out if that's the
But
words. How,
honestly, if you're soaring at 200 feet above
Because
the
of
ground
the-
through wind,
because of I have that one spell which is a shorter distance wise.
Yeah, I
Communication,
guess you
right?
can get like keeping communication if you're like doing
that one I
real
can't
shit.
reply to though, can I?
You'd have to. Well, is it
Speak.
Speak it, yes, but you can hear it.
I can hear it, so obviously I can't reply.
And if there's anything like we should make sure that you have some signal that you can at least signal me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, no, that's not gonna work. You have the thing on, right? Like because otherwise you could signal me to read your thoughts if you need to communicate something more.
But I mean, I'd be a giant eagle, so I could yell out. I could give you a shrill cry.
Yeah.
I could do
But
like
it's-
two
but it's not
short
going to-
cries is
it's not-
read my thoughts.
Or
But
to
it's not
make
gonna work,
to
right?
make contact easier, Vinny's gonna ride with you guys, and I can just talk through Vinny.
Okay, because you're going to because exactly how does that work? Because he said something flying, but it was
Yeah,
pretty fast. Things happened. What?
Yes, I've been dreaming of another summoning companion of mine that I could get. I'm pretty sure I can get it. Them. I don't know. Now it would take a bit, but yeah, I've seen. I don't know what it's called, but it's like a winged sort of creature.
Okay.
I also want to point out that you would have summoned Winnie in the meantime. Like,
Yeah, Vinny, of course. Yeah, Vinny, of course. Yeah, not the Griffin.
Okay. So. Cool.
I mean, I can
Yes.
try today to check things out.
Sure. I mean,
Is it wise to summon a random creature in the middle of the city?
a good question.
I guess if we go out like a little bit out of the city.
Hmm. I would say go like 20 minutes outside. We don't have to go like miles outside the gates, but we could go a mile outside the gates.
I mean, I'd be interested to see your thing as well, Vera, and
Hmm.
like, so we know what we're dealing
But I mean,
with.
you've seen me summon the giant owls, right? It's basically like that, but I get to turn myself into one of them instead.
Right.
And I can pick pretty much anything. I can turn myself into a giant monkey, I can turn myself into a giant eagle.
That's versatile. Yeah, just as much as the other, right?
Well, it's good in the sense that the other natural one I can only do limited times per day.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, I still can't fly.
Okay.
I'm still learning how to fly with that one.
Okay, so it's an exchange. Natural has time. The other one has a
Yeah.
Flying.
So
And
this
the
one is
natural
like
I can only do a certain amount. The flying one I can do as much as I have spell capacity for.
Okay, that's
Anything like you guys, you know, like eventually you run out. Right?
You run empty,
You're
yeah.
too taxed to do it anymore. But I can do it quite a lot from what I can get.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, I mean, yeah. I guess if that, like, I think it would be useful to check out both.
Yeah. Yeah, we can certainly do it.
can do
But
that.
yeah, with my one, we need to get a saddle made so that you can actually ride properly.
Yeah.
Especially also for a brat. Is then a
Yeah.
saddle is a little bit different. I guess.
Specially made. Yeah. Yeah.
So we'll have to go to the school.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
guess, or some of the ladder workers in town, and but it's very like you would also need to show them the form to get the measurements, and like it's a very specific case, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So let's do
and-
that like early tomorrow.
And
Well,
while you're at
that's
it,
why
make
I
a
said
person
that-
hat and a suit.
What,
Yeah.
sorry?
By the way,
Nothing.
Shinny, while we're
Nothing.
talking about it,
Nothing.
John feathers. Are you kidding me?
Yes. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
I'm
Moving
sorry.
on. Moving on. Can
Moving
you
on.
do me can you make me a griffin sheet, please?
A griffin sheet.
Yeah. Since we're gonna do
I
the
can-
summoning pretty quick.
I can make you a griffin sheet. Yes.
Thank you.
Man,
Okay,
like
so
fucking
let's
menagerie.
So yeah,
I
so
know.
I mean, commissioning the saddles and stuff is probably going to take us days anyway. This is why I wasn't too fussed about us hanging around for a little while.
Can you use this as a picture?
How do you spell griffin?
Griffon.
Oh, depends.
The unnamed website has it that way. Don't worry.
You can also spell it. Like that.
The
Yeah,
site
I
that shall
know, I
not be
know, yeah.
named has it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Griffin. All the back pictures are broken. Fuck my life.
I know.
Lena.
Mhm.
Owner safe.
Thank you.
Open original. Save as. Save. Rename. Griffin. Oh, you did it. Okay, never mind.
I did it. Don't worry. I got it. Also need to change the intelligence. It's higher.
God, this shit is ugly. Fuck my life. They eat horses. Did you know that?
Yep.
Effects. Like biography. Horse eaters.
horses.
Amazing.
Nice.
Vinny had some fun pretending to be Samira's shadow. Full size.
Oh yeah. Vinny's been fucking around since the
Vera,
boat ride.
you will notice that Samira's shadow has been weird since you got off the ship.
Yeah.
Has been weird.
Yes.
How has been weird? How?
Doesn't move like it's supposed to move compared to the light. Well, because you know how everything comes, like the light comes from directly above at all times? So the shadow should actually be directly under, but she's casting a shadow like there's like a light in front of her, behind her, which shouldn't be a thing.
Wow, those were some terrible rolls.
It's directly the same hit points that it has on average. So it's straight up 59.
Yeah.
That's funny.
You rolled a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4, and then a 9, a 9, and a 10.
Perfectly average. As all sides need to be.
It's perfectly balanced. Sorry.
Yeah.
So you were kind of like thinking that's like a play on of the light, because she has been always in like an environment when you noticed it where there were like candles and exterior light sources. But as you're now heading out of the town, this shadow is definitely not something that should be possible under natural light. Just wanted to point it out. There you go. For Viera, at least. As passive perception.
No, Samira hasn't brought it
but
up at
but
all.
but if we're in a city, I have advantage. Then it's a 16.
I got bubble gum for Maya. Nom, nom, nom.
Nice.
Nom 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 nom.
Yum yum yum. Mhm. All right. I guess, speaking of the shadow thing, Samira hasn't brought it up at all, but once we get to wherever we wanted to go, where she can test out the summoning, she's gonna settle down on the ground for like 10 minutes, and during it, the shadow's gonna behave very weirdly. Like, it's just sort of fluctuating in form, and eventually out of it comes... out of the shadow, aka Vinny, births the griffin.
I'm not
Forming
gonna
itself.
analyze that sentence.
Nope. It's another part of the patron and just shadow sort of thing, but it's more solid than Vinny has been previously. So it's in actual 3D.
Yeah.
But it still has those wisps of shadow and slight bit of light drifting off of it. So just a added layer on top of what is usually the familiar that Samira has. And then the shadow returns to its usual, slightly strange since the boat actions. Then we
So-
have... Yeah?
So that's Winnie now, or what?
What? Sorry? What?
That's Winnie? Did
No,
they
no,
turn into this thing?
No, and Samira is just actively petting the griffin, and she has been muttering to it before you said that. No, that I don't have a name for you yet, buddy. I am so sorry. I need to think on that. Do you have any ideas? Vinny, do you have any...
Vinny,
Oh, you got...
Vinny, like the weird elongated shadow that Samira is casting, kind of loses the form of Samira and lifts its head like, you know, a paper folding up. And then it does like the no motion with the hands.
Left hand.
Yeah, left hand.
And he's big. And he's big now. They are big now.
Right
I
hand.
mean, when they want to be, yeah.
Right
So
hand.
technically, is Vinny all grown up now?
Right hand.
Okay, that's weird.
Does Vinny feel happier?
Right hand.
Yeah, we worked on us, because I hate how Vinny always is the casualty. Right, babe? Baby?
And it peels off the ground and does like a loop-de-loop of flying up above Samira and then going down to the ground and then becoming the shadow of Samira again.
Yeah, you're a grown boy. Exactly.
So wait, he's not tied to being a shadow on a surface anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Useful.
Yeah. Vinny's
It-
actually found out a lot of stuff about themselves that we didn't previously know. Like, very much.
And you can have this guy, this thing.
Yeah. I've been
Okay.
ignoring you. I'm so sorry, buddy. Just go back to scritching Griffin. Yeah. Like I said, you guys know by now. I've been mentioning I usually dream of my abilities, and I've been dreaming the last few nights of this little fella. What is your name? And I just kind of tentatively activate that mental connection that I also have with the Griffin now.
You want me to name it?
Yeah, it's your choice now. I didn't think of one. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It's gonna be.
No.
Oh God.
If you're gonna name it anything, it should be called Daddy.
Daddy?
Daddy.
Why?
Because, never mind.
Yeah, never mind indeed.
Yeah, that's just weird. Who would
Yeah.
call someone else daddy? Come on.
Yeah, who would? Maybe I'm not there.
But yeah, if it's Finn, yeah? Oh, you're Finny.
Ugh.
This is Finny. Hi, Finny.
Sorry, it made the horse sound. I don't know why. It's a griffin.
Well, at least it's not called Dinny.
Okay. Yeah.
Alright, so another shadow thing. So you like it can actually fly or it just floats or how does this work? Fucking prove it. Like fly on it.
How far, like, where exactly are we is the question.
Outside town.
Outside town. Okay, yeah, why not find out? We don't have a saddle, Finny, but we can try getting a little first
Cue the
fly
scene from
situation.
Harry Potter.
Yeah,
That's a hippogriff.
that's it.
Doesn't matter.
Totally matters.
Yeah. Yeah, maiden flight having situations happening right now.
Yeah, you will quickly realize that you will need a saddle for this thing.
Just don't fall off.
Yeah, so that we do like a couple loops and then stop and yeah.
No loops, because you would fall off, actually.
No, not loops like not loops as in air loop, as in turn,
Spiral.
circles,
A spiral
circles,
loop.
Yeah.
circles.
Horizontal loop.
Awesome.
Yeah, circles.
Also
That's
called
the
a
word.
radius.
Yes. Yeah, we land again. Yeah, I definitely need a saddle. I don't think you retain the things when I poof you away, right, Finny? So we need to saddle you up each time.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Bravo, I
Surprise!
guess.
On all senses, we have another way of flying. And Vinny is evolved, let's just say it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and your thing, do you want to try that out as well, Viera?
I mean, I've been practicing it for the last 10 days anyway, but sure, if you want to see what a giant eagle looks like.
I mean, we can try out the message thing, if that really works.
The message? Oh, you mean when I'm a giant eagle?
Yeah, exactly.
You can give it a go, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And she just kind of elaborately lifts her arm above her head and then presses her fingertip against her forehead. And then slowly shifts into a giant eagle.
Caca!
That's a giant parrot, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, you make eagle sounds then.
My voice doesn't go that high or that wide.
Coco.
But yes, essentially giant eagle. And giant eagles understand common, but can't speak.
Okay, so you would understand the message they're saying to you, which
Yes.
is just check in, nod your head if you can hear me.
Ah,
She walks forward and butts you with her beak, and then nods.
Okay, that's a yes. Alright, that works. That's perfect.
Question to Chris:
Yeah.
Is this just a polymorph spell?
yeah,
Yes.
Question to Shinny.
yeah. Giant Eagle's intelligence of 8, so it's still Viera.
It's only slightly dimmer than Vieira.
Slightly.
Yeah,
Yikes.
Vieira's got an intelligence of 10. It's got an 8.
I mean, yeah. Samesies.
Wow,
So-
dummies.
So yeah, question?
Would I get some sort of a feeling thing going? No.
Or what?
When she casts polymorph.
Or what?
You have
might
to
have
actually
to
say
whisper.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, whisper it, whatever. I'm just looking at the stats of Finn right now, and I realized that there's.
I'm on Viera's intelligence today, so you have to spell it out for me in a PM.
Finny is apparently wiser than me with a
Sorry,
wisdom
I'm
of
on
13.
Giant Eagle intelligence. There we go. That intelligence.
That's nice.
The moist misguider is typing.
UEB.
Lovely.
Yeah.
UEB typing.
But
Oh,
I'm still
because he
smarter
got the
than Finny.
spells too. Roll me an Arcana with advantage. What the fuck?
I will re-roll that with my fate point, but I don't want to be left out.
Yes. It sounds very familiar.
It do. Okay.
You figure
Yeah,
out,
'cause it-
you start, something comes to your mind that is similar. Not quite the same because she draws from a different source.
Source, yeah. That's why, like, basically is gonna, like, stand there kind of, like, looking at her. And he tries to kind of imitate, but, like, it's way more crudely, like, way more, like,
Forcing the power rather than drawing
yes,
the power.
yes, like, the motions are way more rigid.
Mhm.
And...
Ooh.
What are you polymorphing into?
Also a giant eagle.
Can the giant eagle look a bit more beaten up? Because that would be so funny. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
A little bit more beaten up, right? It just looks like a giant eagle because this is
A
the
very
first giant.
well-preened eagle.
This
It
is
looks
the
like a
well,
bald
well,
head eagle with the white head.
nice. Well, this is technically the first giant eagle I've seen, and I probably would have need to seen the beast.
Oh yeah, true, yeah.
So I would
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
just look like Vera.
You're very
So
well
there's now
preened.
two
There's a difference.
birds there.
This
So-
is
Two
look
birds
kind of
and
like
one semi-bird.
very like awkwardly like standing there like wobbly like.
You guys want to race?
Well, Vieira's going to test to see if he knows how to fly, and she's going to basically wing buffet him and then take off
I get up on Finny.
with no saddle. Yikes.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's gonna be something.
I guess actually Cassidy and Vera could talk because they do speak giant eagle and they
We do.
understand common but cannot speak them, but we do.
We do.
That's
We speak
separated by
eagle.
eagle sound.
Yeah, eagle sound.
Yeah, so
I can't
Samira,
do the eagle sound. but-
Samira just hears guttural gurgles and then a shrill cry as Vieira basically says, "But can you fly?" And then wing buffets him and takes off.
This is the only time I'm gonna make you roll this because, you know, because of the RP aspect. Cassius.
Yeah,
Please
like
roll me
he's
an
definitely
athletics.
not used to like this is the first time he changed into an animal and then he has to fly. So yes, do make me roll something.
Yeah,
Sorry,
athletics.
what was it?
Athletics.
Athletics.
Yeah.
as a giant eagle, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but you get +3 to athletics, so
Okay, so it's basically d20 plus
3
3. Okay.
because you got a 16 strength as a giant
Please
eagle.
roll
That's pretty
low. Please roll low. Yes. So
Is that low?
you kind of like overdo it on one side and didn't quite understand how the legs work because you don't usually have claws like that, right? So you fall over.
good. Oh,
Wow. Like stand up, like awkwardly, like flapping the wings a little, like stand up, like.
Viera would very quickly circle back and then land in front of him again.
Because most of the birds you have experience with are seagulls and pigeons.
They don't have claws, particularly, so...
I just kind of try to like make an eagle sound that's like, how the fuck does this work?
Yeah, Viera will sidle up side by side and then get him used to the idea of wings and claws and moving forward and backwards slowly. And then...
Yeah, he does even do the thing where while he's walking, he's trying to overbalance by doing the pigeon head thing. And then,
Yeah.
you know, because that's how he learned birds do it unconsciously. And then he kind of stops doing it once he figures it out. Sorry, I had to put my tiny bit of humor in there.
It's fine. It's
But
fine.
yeah,
I live
Viera
for
will
these
show you
moments.
getting used to it. Obviously, Viera's been getting used to bird form a lot, just not being able to fly yet.
She's also
And
used to
now,
eagles.
obviously-
She knows exactly how they work.
Yeah, and now she's used to specifically giant eagles, so
So I would say on the second attempt, you can, you know, no problem.
she'll
It's magic.
talk you through it because we can speak.
Like Samira will get like a whole
Lovely.
They look like they're fighting, like they sound that way.
Yeah, I'm just. Yeah. Observing that
Yeah,
madness.
just, like head swiveling, like also like birds, like what?
Yeah. Do you think Samira would be freaked out if we both head swivel slowly towards her at the same time and then just stare?
Let's do it. So two eagle heads like swivel like slowly towards you and just stare at you.
Ugh, don't do that. Don't. Yikes.
Lots of shrill cries. And then, yeah, Viera will show you how to take off and talk you through aeronautics until you get used to it.
Aeronautics.
I hope you do that by having him sit like on the side of a giant rock and then just shove him off.
No. No.
Wow.
No, she'll do it by teaching him to glide first and then teaching him air currents and all that kind of stuff. Because obviously eagles are best at gliding thermals and traveling.
So you
long
spend a
distances.
nice good hour jumping off a higher ground, sliding down, you know, and then getting used to the weird physicality of not being human.
Mhm.
And you
And
also in
also
that
the freedom of
process,
the air.
no, but also in the process you learn a tiny bit what it means to be Viera and turn into animals.
Pretty cool. Pretty nifty.
Always useful.
And then you can do a race.
Nice. Okay, I was waiting for that.
I'm pretty sure your fly speed is the same.
Yeah, it's
Nah.
80 fly speed.
Mine would be 90.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I do long strider first if we're racing.
Ah!
If we're truly doing this, then yeah, I'll use Hunter's Pace, which gives me 95.
Wow. Cheaters.
Can I still technically dash as a bonus action? In eagle form?
no, because you know, under racing rules, you don't have bonus or actions or reactions.
Rip.
You only have movement and the action, and that's it.
I'm using my Hunter's Pace to give me 15 extra speed, and that's 95.
Oh.
So Samira,
And my
wait,
Do you want to do 15 extra speed?
But
No.
do please
Hold
do
up.
me.
Hold
No.
up.
I I need Samira to do me also an athletics check.
Yeah.
This is
Uh,
dangerous.
Yeah. Let's see how that works. I will.
So yeah, I will say that
I
at
will-
some point.
I'll re-roll that. Give me a second. I'll have a fate point still.
Didn't you already use it to try to catch
No,
Fiora?
I didn't.
Oh, no, you
I
didn't
know it
because you
wouldn't have
couldn't.
worked.
True.
That's why I didn't do it. It
Oh,
was
no.
worse. I fall.
So now it's
I
just a
mean-
matter of Cassius and Viera.
I
What have
will
we got to do?
try to catch her, I guess. Or
Yeah.
no, because she fucking falls, so...
Okay, so Viera wins. And Cassius saves Samira from a gruesome death by falling.
I'm sure it'd be the other way around. Cassius would be all about winning.
Oh no!
I mean, he's slower because he's falling behind.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, which means Viera can dive quicker to get to Samira.
No, you
And
would
probably
be
still
ahead
win.
of her, and he's right behind her. Yeah.
I mean, if you guys want to save me, Finny could also just turn back and get me.
It's fine. It doesn't
And
matter.
I'll let
It's
someone
RP.
else do it. I see someone do it and just say, it's fine, Finny, it's fine. Let them figure it.
He will... Cassius will do it clumsily.
Yeah,
So
Leave
expect
her.
some t-
I'll just revivify her later.
I
It's fine.
expect some talon scrapes.
Yeah. Talon scrapes to grabbing her with one talon by the scruff,
Yeah.
basically.
It's good practice for getting used to your animal form.
Ouch! Ooh,
And I just-
aye! Be more careful! Ooh! And I'm healing myself mid-air, basically. Ouch.
But yeah, you have a fun afternoon. Very nice way to conclude your training.
Mm-hmm. Just
So-
land her on the ground, and then at some point just shift back because I would guess that Freya would tell me it would only last an hour.
Yes.
Yeah. Then we don't fall out of the air.
Congratulations, Viera, on being the fastest, and Cassius on being the kindest.
Probably when he shifts back, he's falls to the ground because he's then has stand on human legs.
Oh
again.
yeah, getting used to shifting between the two is the real trick.
This that's a trip.
That's an experience.
That is something.
Yeah,
Like,
you guys. Yeah.
Whew, the flying is
Just wait until
Wow.
you switch and then realize you haven't had breakfast and you're actually hungry. But then you're already in the animal form, so it's too late. You're now eating bugs out of the air.
I will
Have fun
remember
with
to
that.
I will remember to eat first.
Wise choice.
The whole fucking concept, the thinking is so weird.
The thinking is different, and that's not the same as when I use my normal switching. When I use my normal switching, I'm still very much me. But obviously the magic one is more of a direct transference. You are becoming that creature, as opposed to when I shift naturally, I'm just taking on the form of a creature. I'm still me inside. That's the best way to describe it.
Right, so that's what you meant, your mental
Yeah.
your acuity doesn't go with you. in
Doesn't
this one.
match. Yeah, it's not my same. I'm not having the same thought patterns when I'm a giant eel as when I'm a shadow panther, for example. The shadow panther is still me in control. I'm still in control of my emotional feelings and all that kind of stuff.
Mm.
They both have their advantages. Some creatures are more intelligent, more charismatic, and those are great to turn into, but if those are already your strong suits, then I suspect anything you turn into will be slightly lesser than what you are normally. Yeah, they have their pluses and their minuses. The trick is don't turn into anything that's literally an animal, because your mental acuity will become literally an animal.
Hmm.
And staying in control of yourself when you're just an animal. That's the difficult part.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I will have to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's great you can turn yourself into a giant moth if you want to, but I suspect they're not very smart, and you might just start flying towards the nearest giant flame.
Yeah, I would like so pick a little bit smarter ones. That's what
I
you
mean, yeah, animal-wise, the Bra's pretty smart, right? So just pick a Shadow Panther.
He's unusual, though.
say. Yeah, I would.
Okay.
I wouldn't
He's
know like
smarter than an
exactly.
average shadow panther. So,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's different as well then.
So yeah, things like giant eagles, giant owls, they're both relatively intelligent creatures. Giant cats can be intelligent enough, but at the same time you'll probably still find you're following their urges to hunt, their urges to do stuff.
What about like a wolf? They're pretty smart, right?
Cunning, yes, not smart. It's a different kind of smart. Yeah, so you just got to be careful. Like, if you're ever unsure, check first.
Yeah.
I would say. It's all good and well turning into a giant wolf, but if we're in amongst a pack of wolves, you might end up chasing them to be with the pack rather than actually trying to do whatever it is you're trying to achieve. That kind of thing. So, yeah, it boils down to certain things are useful, certain things are not, given the situation. For example, if you turned yourself into a horse because you desperately needed a mount for Layla, for example, then she would at least be able to animal handle you and direct you, put a saddle and a bridle on you.
Eyebrow wiggle.
Yeah, but it would achieve the goal, is what I'd say. But if you were on your own, turning into a horse, then you would go off and do horsey things. You might just go and sit in a field for an hour, which wouldn't be productive, necessarily. Might be, depends on what you're trying to do.
I think I will need some time with you, and you show me some of the smaller animal, like a
Giant
smarter
eagle's
animals.
a safe bet. Giant owl's a safe bet too. You will be close enough to yourself mentally to be able to remember what it is you were trying to achieve, and still be able to carry that out. And really, I'm not an expert on every animal, but I can tell you which are the smarter animals and which aren't the smarter animals.
If only you could call on somebody who can tell you this.
Yeah, if only we could cast another spell to get in touch with. Forget the middleman. Let's go straight to the source. Can I? Right now?
I mean, what? You going for Faror?
Yeah.
Oh, that's... Yeah, sure. I mean, if she wants to.
You doing what with whom now?
Exactly the who's.
Whom's to the what?
I
I'm
have
pretty
the-
distracted during this conversation. I'm
I
covering my
have the
griffin,
ability
but
to
what?
contact what is essentially a god-level servant on this world.
Ooh. Excuse me?
Mhm.
What?
And I can ask a single question.
Since what? We woo? Okay, that's a lot.
I'm just checking that I don't need anything. I do actually need to sacrifice stuff worth a certain amount of value.
Oh,
So I won't be doing that in the middle of the forest.
Yeah, so call a name.
No, we're not going to call a name. That's something we'll save for another day, but Vera will tell them that she does have the ability to call on...
She taught you this at some point. I want to give you some more background. in cases you need to call on her that outside of a forest where you wouldn't have
Yeah.
a natural way of like reaching her, right?
Yeah.
She didn't even remotely consider in her usual derpy way that you might actually use it to call something else.
That she has mentioned to me before, yeah.
Yeah.
But Vera will point that out to them, that a certain someone whom we all know is associated with the forest, and sometimes comes along when we call their name. Because
The
you
spirit
guys
that shall
aren't,
not be named.
because you guys aren't aware of it, she's not the mantle of life.
What?
Okay.
She is acting
Oh, she said something with the. I thought she
On behalf.
she mentioned a predecessor.
more like the person who's given up the mantle temporarily because you can't actually give up the mantle.
Right, she did mention like
Okay.
taking over, but I thought she was like she was
She's-
the thing.
Think of it as a stand-in. She's currently performing the activities and the duties of the Mantle of Life with limited amounts of the Mantle of Life's power, but she isn't the Mantle of Life.
So it's like the ones that are the mantles are the mantles.
They are the mantles.
Forever.
You cannot give away the mantle.
Did Tiffany tell you about the one time it actually happened?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm just silent now.
Yeah. So yeah, she's going to say that you can't give away the mantle, essentially. However, it's obviously possible to divulge some of your power as a mantle into someone else so that they can act as a mantle on your behalf to a degree. Because that's what she is currently doing. Although she is also looking for a successor.
Tiffany is.
You said. I thought it was understood. Okay.
Are we still giant eagles right now?
Yes, but doesn't matter. She speaks Bestia, so she can totally talk to you.
Oh,
I-
I don't understand any of that.
No. We like Cassie's described
we-
changing it back.
Yeah, Cass is changed back because that's what. Okay, yeah.
How's everyone?
Great.
good.
Hi.
Yeah.
Cassius just finished his first flying lesson.
I got a
Oh,
new
how
friend, so that's also
exciting.
great. Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Samira has
That's
a new friend.
not creepy at all. Hi.
Hi, I guess.
What you speak? Finny's not creepy. Finny is wonderful.
A creature made of pure shadow. Yeah, totally
No,
normal.
I actually
Adorable.
I actually agree with Tiffany here.
Finny
Thank
is
you.
adorable, just as Vinny is. Shut your mouth holes.
Right.
I will
Assertive.
fight with godlike beings about this.
Now, if only you could be that assertive when you're talking to Nimrod.
No! I was
Yikes.
distracted until now.
You always
Buried
seem
my
to
face into-
distracted when he's around, so.
Yeah, I just buried my face in the fur and feather of Finny. Just
You three are fun.
How are you doing anyway? It's been a while.
Busy.
With...
So apparently somebody let out a whole bunch of souls into the here, and they kind of infected a giant skeleton of a dragon, and kind of going rampage for the places and kind of eating cities and growing bigger.
you don't say.
You don't say. You wouldn't know anything about it.
Nope.
We heard about a dragon being seen off the coast of somewhere.
Neuben.
Neuben. Mm-hmm.
Neuben. Mhm.
So we'd kind of beelined for an island that's kind of bad.
Why is it bad?
Well, because there is one of us sitting there. I mean, one of them, because you know what I mean. So it kind of sits there, and it's kind of like encased in all the stuff that I have in my bag, and Cassius has in his bag, and
Wait, he's there? On that island.
Oh, you know about? Oh, right. Yeah, the dragon has been lining for the Mantle of Power.
What could possibly go wrong?
I think it's gonna spawn a Tree of Pain, which is gonna be really bad.
That sounds likely.
So we're dealing with that at the moment.
Who's
So,
we?
So me and well, I think that the Guardian's aunt got involved, but we don't really talk to each other, so I'm not really sure. So I'm kind of on my own.
like, you can't like ask any of the other ones to.
They, it's
Like
complicated.
the father, maybe?
He doesn't get involved.
Like, but probably some of the other ones would get involved, right?
They don't get involved yet.
Yet? At what point do they?
Maybe at some point in the future, if certain things happen that have happened and will happen, maybe, perhaps, but probably not. She makes that face of like, I don't know how to explain this.
But can you at least tell us where the island is?
Do you have a map?
Sure.
Yeah.
We have the map.
Well, I take it you roll up.
Yeah, take out the map. Yeah.
The standard map.
Okay, so
Yeah. Not the other one.
Not
She
the
will-
map.
give me a second.
Yeah, teleport is there. No. I had a feeling, but alright.
The Trinity of Fate, what it's called.
Aralantha.
Yeah, that means literally the Trinity of Fate.
So what happens if this Tree of Pain does happen?
I think it wants to grow like trees do, but in order to do that, it will need more souls.
Mm-hmm.
And if it grows big enough to touch the sun, that's gonna be a lot of life force.
Mm-hmm.
But then what happens?
And then it will keep eating.
Eating as in devouring those souls never come back? Or
It's
eating
like-
as in
It's
absorbing?
like you have to imagine it like a perpetual hungry maw that's like jabbing more like num 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 souls, num 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 num.
Okay, but if this is just a tree...
It's not just a tree. Like if it were just a normal tree, nobody would care.
Mhm.
It's more like a thing. Like, you know, the mantles are a thing.
So the Tree of Pain is essentially on the same level of power as you.
It's not supposed to be a thing in that way. It's
So
like
surely then the father should intervene if it's not supposed to be a thing in that.
Exactly, or
Well,
any of the
it's-
others.
the tree can be good and the tree can be bad. The tree is, and the tree is the world, so the father doesn't really care because the tree is the tree. It's
Okay.
just
So
for
you
the
say it could be
people.
good.
Well, yeah.
Why could it be good? Or how could you make it good?
Well, I mean, I was kind of hoping you guys would solve this thing with like your little hunt for things right now, and maybe find
How
the
would
guardian.
that solve it?
Because maybe you could find the guardian. It would be really great.
Find the guardian. Is that a person?
God, okay.
Is that a
Yeah,
thing?
It's a person.
Okay.
So you know how I kind of like got locked out of the normal
Mm-hmm.
time, space, things. So she had that same thing happen to her. But she was like wanted to be asleep until she's needed. And this would be one of the
Arguably, someone
situations.
should wake her up.
Yes, because also she might be one of the people who can tell the father to actually do something.
Okay.
Sleeping, you say. And I look at Cassius.
sleeping on the water.
Is she sleeping underwater by any chance?
Somewhere. I don't know where she is.
Does she have red hair?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a portal in the Temple of Earth on Taria that will take you underwater to where she is.
All right. I'll go there.
Maybe the Earth Elemental knows something about it?
I'll try.
I forget his name.
If I can't figure it out, I'll come back to you.
I mean, that's the first point to start because, yeah, he has a whole portal thing going on and you can get there. We got there, so.
Make sure you hold your breath when you go through.
Mm-hmm.
Earth is not really my element. It's kind of dense thing.
No, I mean when you go through the portal into the water.
Dense not doing too great either. So yeah, they're kind of all busy.
Din? Din
The
who?
mantle of Earth.
Okay. Why is he not doing so great?
Well, it's more a case of they just don't care.
No, he kind of got sick.
Is that why all this black shit keeps coming out of the wind? Yeah.
He got sick with that. It seeped into the earth, and he is now hungry.
Oh. Okay.
I
The
think
souls?
I don't know. He's just hungry. I mean, he's just like mindlessly wandering places and eating things. He's not really himself right now.
So
And-
this is still not the point where the father like jumps in, or the mother, or whoever.
No, they're not supposed to do that. And I'm pretty sure the mother is actually responsible. Shit, by the way.
Okay.
I think she delights in this sort of stuff.
No, she's nice. She's just
Misunderstood?
misguided.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
No, she is like, pretty and kind and
Mhm.
really. When you use feeble mind on her, then she's really.
Okay.
I'm not going to try to unpack that sentence. So basically, artifacts thing more important.
So the artifacts wake up the Guardian, is that what they do?
Well, no, if you can use it to find her, but if you know already where she is,
That's
Yeah.
useless. So how do you wake up the Guardian?
I don't know. You shake her really hard.
Try that.
It's like I didn't put her to sleep. I don't know how it works.
But who
Does
did?
the Earth
Oh,
Spirit?
I know who knows. There was this merchant.
Is his name Yes by any chance?
Yeah, the guy that we didn't want to talk about.
Oh, okay.
Yay! We're on our way to see him. We'll ask him when we get there.
I think they had a falling out with each other, or at least he did a thing.
Does he know how to wake her because he made her sleep, or what is going on?
I think. But to be fair, this whole relationship is weird because he was kind of like promised to help, but then he didn't, and then she got really upset about that, and it's really complicated. And actually, none of that ever happened yet.
Okay.
Time. It's fun.
I'm pretty sure he remembers it still.
I imagine anybody who's not quite associated with time remembers it still.
Yes, but technically, it did happen, but it didn't happen. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Useful, as always. Do you have a quick way of getting us to a town in Adlia by any chance? Just throwing it out there. We've got like a 3-day trip to get there
I
with
kind of
really...
have to go and do things. Because the longer
Yeah,
it grows,
but like you can't send us there or anything like that.
no, I would have to take you, and then I would,
You'd have to
like,
take
yeah,
us.
One more question.
yeah, I gotta
Does
go.
the episode real quick? The Trinity of Fate, is it associated with this symbol? And he makes, like, with prestidigitation, the Trinity symbol that he knows from a certain tattoo.
No.
Right.
She shakes her
Okay.
head. No?
Okay, thank you.
Well, good luck. Hopefully we've given you some good intel. At least you know where she is now.
Well, I'll go try. Without Din's help, I'm probably gonna be back. But yeah, thank you. Call my name in the forest. She finger guns. Turns into a white eagle, flies away.
Right.
Every animal she turns into is always white, completely.
So, guess we should prioritize getting to Yes.
Yeah. That was a lot of information.
Wait.
Um,
Wait. This thing she mentioned, sorry, I'm just mulling over part.
The Trinity Bell?
The Trinity of Faith.
Fate.
Wasn't there Faith?
F-A-T.
Wasn't that where the vaults were?
The what? Where?
The vaults from where the sextant was. No, that was definitely where the sextant was.
You have the information in your artifact
Yes.
thingy.
That's what I'm reading. I'm reading it from my own notes, but like that's where the vault was. That's like also where this
okay.
It used to be like a mage nation as well.
Okay. Strings connecting. I don't like this.
What, is that the one that was on the outside world where the mantle of power called down and that sucked everything into the inside world? That mage nation you're talking about.
Could have been. I'm not sure about that one, but I just remember what Layla mentioned about the vaults and the Trinity of Faith, and Destiny also mentioned the Trinity of Faith, which was a mage nation before, and he didn't know after the, you know,
Didn't know where they were afterwards.
Maybe where, or if they were still operating as such. When I asked about like mage schools things, he mentioned this one. It might have been also the same. Well, if the mantle of power is there, that does make sense. If that's also where he called that stuff down.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's pretty bad fucking news.
Given that we've had a dream about the Tree of Pain, that's not particularly enticing.
No,
Yeah, but if it's
isn't.
going to go there, use the power there to grow bigger, to go to touch the sun, we're all fucked.
Only if we're still on the inside world when it happens.
But it will continue to grow.
It's the inside and the outside are connected, and if it's done with everything here...
Well...
It will continue to grow.
She said that the Guardian can help stop it.
Yeah.
And we know where the Guardian is, and she told us that Yes made some sort of deal. I might know how to wake her up.
I mean, he made a promise to help, and it sounds he reneged on it.
Well, it sounds like he can renege on it, but if you're about to trade him something for something of an equal value, the knowledge of how to wake her up and any items required to do so seems like a good deal.
It does.
Yeah.
And also helps him because you can't keep searching for the rest of the shit if that goes tits up, so to speak.
Okay. I wasn't really thinking when I said her name, but...
I'm kind of glad now.
Yeah. I mean, it does provide some insight, and we know what's going on, even though it's convoluted and confusing.
To be fair, I think we always knew that something bad was going on anyway. We were all burying our heads in the sand, hoping it wasn't that bad.
That thing was definitely going
Let's face
somewhere.
it, a tree reanimating a giant dragon skeleton was never going to be great, was it?
Yeah, but if it just
No.
stuck to, destroying towns and doing whatever, but it had a goal.
Still not great.
It was not, of course, no, but
And we always knew that it was beelining for something anyway, because it
Yes.
literally took off in a straight line, so it was
Yes.
obviously something important. We just didn't know how important. But now we do. I think ultimately we should get back to town, get this school access sorted, kick things off, get things moving, and then get on with it.
and try to get that part done and see where the others are with the artifacts.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you're heading back, OC note. I want to make it abundantly clear that nobody sitting here and at any point, including Tiffany, told you that you are the savior of the world. I want to make
No.
this
No.
very clear. Right?
No, but we're involved enough, so like,
yeah, but
We kind of
they
started
all,
it.
They all are like, no, there's
Viera-
clearly powers that are way more powerful than you, and she's
Yeah.
kind of trying to deal with it, right?
Viera is going to gather 25 gold's worth of incense in sage berries and other herbs on the way back, prepare them, and then do a divination spell later that evening. And she is going to petition Faror to
Okay.
ask her.
Cast me the
Is there
spell,
a-
please.
Yeah,
Just as a note in between, I poof Finny out because we don't want a Griffin really walking around here.
Yeah, another Shadow Griffin, which
Ghetto
is
Griffin.
Yeah. He's still adorable, just so you know.
Sure.
Okay, so
And this is a he, not a they?
This is a he. Yeah,
Okay.
Finn is a he.
okay, so you ask a single question.
Mhm.
What is the question? Please
My
type
single
it out.
type it out.
Yes, because I want no ambiguity here. Don't PM it, like put it in chat. So
I'm kind of glad that we have a week off because I need to scour through all my notes because I'm remembering connections between the Guardian and even the fucking Saint Hildegard and now Ys is connected. Like I need to look back on my notes.
And remember also that the Guardian, that she was also connected with the mental
Mental power,
like,
yes.
like she was
She
sitting
sat on
at.
this like a lap once. I had a vision of that.
Yep. I remember. It's all coming back.
Yeah, it is. That's why I need all my notes. I need to scour through them. Thank
So
fuck.
basically, you're going to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
you can also roll me the history check, Lena.
Ooh. Yeah.
So this is going to be you after the session.
Let's see. Oh, it's an 11.
No, never mind.
Yeah.
You have your notes. Have fun with that.
Thank you.
Your spidey senses are tingling, but your spidey senses
Yeah, they're
result
tingling,
in
but I'm
it's
not getting
Samira
signs.
sitting there for like an entire evening and really thinking very fucking hard.
Yeah.
Get some nosebleed. Alright.
Yeah. Where are you casting this?
Deep in the forest that evening on the way
Okay.
back out again.
There is a rumbling beneath the earth, underneath the ground, and there is a growth of roots, and from within the earth, there's this like bundle of roots emerging, wrapped around a human skull. With canines, longish. I mean, it looks like a humanoid skull. Let's leave it at that. Humanoid skull with canines, and then it like raises it up, so it's like on eye height with you, and then smaller branches keep growing until it forms a crown above the skull's head.
The Undying King.
That's your answer.
Okay.
There's a
So
can
guys-
answer as an omen, which is great.
So guys, I asked Tiffany's boss
Okay.
how we can help prevent the Tree of Pain from stealing the Mantle of Power's life force. And the answer was, I'm pretty sure, the Undying King,
Cool.
who I think is Eus.
Well,
I think we know that already.
No.
Well, I think we presumed, but I think now we... Yeah. But the Undying King can prevent it, basically. Well, essentially, I asked her how we can awaken the Guardian to help prevent this from happening, and the answer was the Undying King. Obviously, he knows how to awaken the Guardian.
Sure. So confirming what Tiffany said, basically.
So confirming it, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, double reason to go there then.
And
Okay,
soon,
now.
because that dragon flies quickly.
The
Mhm.
dragon, according to Tiffany, arrived
Yeah,
already.
yeah.
And it's just, yeah. Yeah. Let's hope whatever the crystal is enough of a barrier for some time so it doesn't happen immediately.
I suspect it's going to be a case of it'll start work and it'll be a slow process to drain
Cassius,
it.
as they mentioned this, please roll me an insight with advantage.
Yep,
Hmm.
it's already starting.
Have you had ever your teeth drilled?
Oh!
Yep.
Ooh, I just had a visceral reaction. No, thank you.
At the moment, it's like that, but under anesthetic.
Yeah.
You can feel it through the crystal. It's not broken through yet, but it's slowly drilling away.
It's
And you can
happening.
feel it resonating through, like, everything.
Yeah.
It's already
We-
growing through.
Whatever we want to do at the school needs to wait. We need to get there now.
If we fly,
If we're flying, it's 8 days. As opposed to 10 days for the plus 3 days. Do you want to risk an extra 5 days?
no.
No, neither do I, particularly. Whatever we want to do at the school can happen once. I mean, can we send Yes a message? We need to know how to wake up the Guardian, because the Tree of Pain is about to happen.
I have a feeling that's not really something you just tell per message.
The thing is, like, I agree. We need to be fast, but we also need to be smart about it.
Yeah,
We
sure.
can't just, like, if we rush in and, like, because first of all, he reneged on some kind of promise. They had a falling out.
Small
We-
reminder also that Tiffany reacted badly to the mention of him for the very first time when you mentioned him. So, like, you actually don't know what to think about this guy. Because the information you have about this goes from he's a shifty merchant to he's an undying lich god of badness.
Sure, it's one of the avenues, but getting directly involved with him.
Cassius,
He's
how,
not-
how does it feel? Does it feel like there's still much?
I do. Can
It's gonna
I?
take time. It feels like it's gonna take time, but you don't have forever, right? It's not urgent, immediate move now, right?
It's
But
not
it has
that.
started.
Yeah, because I agree that we have to be smart, but if it's immediately necessary to leave, then that's priority.
It doesn't feel as if it's going to happen soon. We would still have time. And rushing in there into Yee's shop again. Well, it brought me into a lot of trouble in the first place, but he is not, you know, a shiny golden boy that just wants to help.
No, he's not. He wants the return
No.
of his pieces of himself.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
but I think we do need to spend some time here and gather more information on him. And try to find out more, maybe about this promise he made. That can kind of try to leverage against him. If he found a way around it, maybe we can find a way to still keep him to it. Or because I don't have the feeling that just going in there, offer him these two things, and saying, well, that's enough. What we need to ask
He's
for
the
is
one
going
who
to...
did promise an equal exchange of power.
Yeah, but I don't know then if that would be unequal depending on his own promise that he made to the Guardian and how he got out from under it. We're just basically going off from the assumption that the equal exchange will be of an equal value, sure, but if it will actually help and not just cause more issues, probably, actually, if I was him, I would give something of equal power, but that would also have the capacity to shift that power flow that's now going into the Tree of Pain into himself. That's what I would do. And he's smarter than me, so probably has another fucking way to go around it, but that just sounds like a way to feed him enough power to do something fucked up. So going in there now would save time, but will probably only bring us into deeper shit. So I still suggest we wait. We gather enough information. Maybe we don't wait 10 days. Maybe after 5 days we know enough and we go.
At that
Well,
point, it's better to wait for the full 10. Just being honest.
Fine, sure, whatever. But whatever we decide then is fastest. Maybe we find an even faster way to go. I don't know.
Anything after 5 days is then faster to wait, yes. But
Of course.
up to and including 5 days, it's still equal or faster for us to fly on our own.
Right. So maybe we have to take it
So
by
we've
day.
got 5 days to find out stuff before
And-
we make the call to fly. After that, we've got to wait the remainder of the time.
That is fine. I think we can still, and I mean we don't have to solve this by ourselves.
No, at the end
Like
of the day,
there's
it's
Tiffany's
there are
doing
other people
something
working
about
on
it. Exactly. We can try to communicate with Destrian. I know we cannot reach him directly, but we can ask the captain of the guard too.
We all met the guardian of the temple of the elemental earth temple.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we send him a message and
We
ask
could
him?
contact him even here.
Ask him if he even knows about the guardian beyond the portal and whether he knows he's guarding her or not. And then if he does know, then we could settle with, do you know any way of waking her up?
First, we need to ask, because he sunk the temple, we need to ask if the portal is still even available.
The
The
portal,
temple
like,
is still there, it's just underground.
it's just further down, but the mechanism to get the portal, this mirror thing, is still there.
We could ask him to just send the portal up or open up a way for us to get to just the portal.
Maybe even, yeah. But in any other cases, we have other people that we can try to call back on. I even want to go to the Temple of the Sun and try to communicate with him there.
Yeah.
Try
Well,
something.
I mean, you can sense these vibrations. So is this the person you saw in the tower?
The old man and the crystal.
The man in the crystal?
Yes, that's the Mantle of Power.
So presumably you can show Samira what he looks like, and then we could send him a message and ask if there's anything we can do to buy him more time.
Is that a good idea?
He's encased in crystal for a reason.
There is, but he's going to want to prevent this as much as everybody else.
Maybe he doesn't. Maybe this is a way for him to break free, but I also don't know how this will affect Samira. If there's anyone going to be sending a message, then I get a scroll and I do it myself.
Or try and use the pearl that you've got. Maybe it doesn't go only between the pearls.
The sending
Maybe
stone.
it just allows you to cast the sending spell and you can send it wherever you want.
But yeah, I would be hesitant to use that as the first option. No, actually, the sending stone is the target of the bearers, the other stone.
Okay.
So that's not gonna work.
Just spitballing ideas.
It's no, like I get it, but me getting in contact with that guy is something I don't want to. Sorry, Samir, but I'm not. Well, if someone does it, I will do it, but I cannot let you, Samir. Sorry, like, I know it's the fastest way, but we can try to get a scroll of it, and I can do it myself.
I think I understand. Yeah.
It's
okay.
not something I want to expose you to because I don't know what kind of power then he has over you or what effect he has over you. I'm already touched by him. If that sounds weird when I say it, but I am.
Yeah, I mean, I think your best bet is to talk to the Sun, and, I mean, did you have any more breakthroughs with communicating with him? Because the last time you and I went out to speak to Tiffany, you were trying to communicate with him.
Yeah, I mean, it still scatters you, sort of, and it's not really talking. I'm not sure how much I can actually ask
communicating
him.
Is, yeah.
He just grips onto you, and because he's literally shattered and spinning around, and it's like a maelstrom, and he just grabs to something stable like an anchor and just feeds in something to it. Like the last time I communicated, I just got images from a memory. Like I'm not sure if I can actually, I would have to shout really hard to try to get to him, and even then, I'm not sure, but at least trying the temples here, maybe that will give me some kind of guidance. They have
Speaking
more
of the
information.
chapels, is it, we've always talked about it, but we've never done it, is it worth it to speak to the father?
Even that.
Well, if he's not listening to Tiffany, he's not listening to anybody.
But maybe he could ask some questions for us. I don't know. Answer some questions.
If he doesn't care and he not going to get involved, he's not going to get involved. Yeah. We cannot convince him, but we could try to get some information out of him, at least, if we pose very precise questions. Exactly. If we pose the exact questions,
we can ask very precise questions.
We could even ask them,
very precise, please.
Maybe there's another way to break this sleeping shit, and we don't have to involve you with it. Because the information that you got, Viera, I don't know what it is that you did, but I'm not, would it be the only path?
I contacted the actual Mantle of Life, essentially.
But...
who would be very invested in preventing souls from being devoured.
is it with intention? How do you know it's not a warning?
Because the question I asked specifically was, how can we awaken the Guardian to help prevent this from happening?
Yeah, but specifically that, but it might be, yeah, that will help, but that will allow Ys to become more powerful as well. Like, that's something maybe you can pose. How, like, could you pose a follow-up question? Maybe that's something.
Not today. I can't do this very often.
What's the next best time you can do it?
I think I have to wait a full day before I ask any further questions.
Yeah, for these reasons, staying the longer time to gather information, to have the chances to speak in the chapels, that's
So
the
that means
best
I can
thing.
ask 4 more questions before we make the decision to fly or not to fly.
Yeah, and we can ask that thing. We can ask
if there's an
the
alternative.
father. We can ask.
You could cast it more than once a day, by the way.
No, not without getting a chance of
Getting a random reading, yes.
Yeah, which I'm not going to risk because we don't want a random maybe, sort of possible, actually not answer.
So there's a bunch of things that we can try to do here. And yes, I think the suggestion of the 5 days is good. That will be our kind of like our point where we decide our tipping point, so to speak. But before we make use of the resources that are here, we prepare information, materials, spells,
Sure.
whatever we think we first, I think, before we go to sleep, or before we try stuff in the morning. We need to formulate the right questions for any kind of party, because it all sounds
over
like
the next 4 days, I can ask 4 more questions if you have specific questions in mind you want me to ask, and it doesn't necessarily have to be Furore either. It could be the elemental earth spirit Din.
Yeah, the spirit, yes. Not the mantle. The mantle seems a bit.
Oh, yes, yeah, exactly. Well, no, you were saying Din. You were talking about the mantle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he's touched by the black tar, I would be hesitant. If he's
Sure, but he's hungry, so we might be able to find out how to stop him from being hungry and maybe fix whatever's wrong with him.
That's the whole other can of worms.
Yeah, but you've
maybe
got 4 questions, so
yeah.
I
Possibly.
mean, knowing where the fuck he is would maybe be a good idea, even just to avoid.
I would rather we do sendings to the elemental spirit in the temple. He would probably have a good idea of where Din is first anyway. Or at least how to get in touch with him.
In the meantime, I can try to talk with the sun. I wouldn't know.
I mean, I can also ask questions of the sun, potentially.
Like I said, he's kind of a maelstrom.
He is, but I think my magic might act as an anchor for him to answer the question specifically without him anchoring onto me or you. We could ask one question of each.
I could even be there when you do it and try to. I know, maybe it works better if I'm there. Like if it's some kind of conduit.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I mean, like, if I'm connected to him with this thing in my back, then that could maybe help.
That might assist. Yeah.
Specify.
But that's the thing. It doesn't have to be a question to Furore or Tiffany. It can be a question to any of the mantles. It could be a question to the father, probably as well, or the mother. Although she sounds a bit chaotic, so.
Yeah. And anyway, like, aside from contacting mind-boggling entities, there's information here.
Yeah.
We need to research
in general about Ys, right?
Ys,
good. Well, good to have that at least at hand to be not fully clueless.
Well, we're not blundering in the dark. We know the Guardian can help stop it.
True.
We know that the Undying King is how we awaken the Guardian.
Possibly.
Not
Yeah, we also
possibly,
know.
that's been
Yeah,
confirmed.
we also don't know that if we can't go through the portal in the temple, we need the map and everything for that, the artifacts.
Yeah.
If we need the artifacts to get to her, or maybe the artifacts can help with finding something else, because
You
the
don't need
artifacts
the
can...
portal, the artifacts to get through the portal. That nobody
No,
said
we
that, by
can
the
just
way.
go
Yeah,
through
yeah,
the portal.
I said if
No,
the
no.
portal doesn't work any longer, then
Yeah.
we need the artifacts.
The artifacts could also... I don't know, the artifacts can help you find whatever you want.
Potentially,
Or
yeah. Potentially
potentially.
another solution to the problem, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It doesn't need... Like, this is a option.
It might be the
Doesn't-
case that you need the Undying King to awaken the Guardian to help stop what's happening, but if we let it happen and then find another way to kill it before it does too much, that might also be an option.
Possibly.
Or let it steal the Mantle of Power's power and then destroy it, ultimately
Ugh.
removing the Mantle of Power from the equation. I'm just saying, if we find a way of doing that, I'm not suggesting that we take it on with no possible backup or information. We
no,
might
I
find
mean...
that there is a way to destroy them once it's happened.
Well,
The
if
information of the Undying King is just, this is how we prevent it from happening, but there is another set of circumstances where once it has happened, unifying the mantles to destroy the Mantle of Power is the other way of doing it, potentially.
one second, because you said that also, like, with the whole thing with Tiffany, you said it's, like, impossible for mantles to give up their power, right?
To give up their
But
power.
it is possible to like, they just don't
To
exist
steal
anymore.
it?
Well,
You can't steal it.
but if it's destroyed...
I'm not even sure you can destroy them.
Exactly, so... If once it gets
But
to the mental power...
The argument would be if a Mantle of Power can create itself, presumably someone can destroy it because it's not one of the original mantles.
Or at least its life force can be absorbed, because that's the goal here, right?
Yeah, something along those lines. The argument in my head is that the Mantle of Power isn't the same as the other mantles, therefore doesn't adhere to the same rules as the other mantles.
Oh,
And presumably then doesn't adhere to the same rules of someone can't give away its power, it can't be destroyed, etc. In theory, then it can give away its power, or it could be destroyed. Maybe that's the option. Maybe it gives away its power before whatever this thing is steals it.
yeah. I mean, all
So
possibilities.
the last resort, it prevents it from stealing the Mantle of Power's life force. Ultimately. Maybe it can temporarily give away its powers like Furore has done.
What's the name of the original one? You keep mentioning Furore?
Furore, yeah.
Faro,
Okay, yeah.
E-R-E. There's an
Well,
E after the O.
It's
Faro.
pronounced Far-Or.
Like the Faroes Island. Faro.
Yep. That's what you get for naming something and not pronouncing it the same way. So, yeah. She's the original Mantle of Life. But she's not given away her powers. She can't. But she can temporarily give them to someone else to act in her stead. And that's what she's done. She's taking a holiday, basically.
I mean,
Sure. You might be able to convince the Mantle of Power to give you his powers until this thing can be thwarted. Even if you're
Or
not...
worst case scenario, the Mantle of Power does that with the Tree of Pain. Once the crystal is destroyed, he works with it. We don't know what everything is.
true, I mean...
Goal-wise.
Unsure. if it only seeps into the crystal and just takes his power, I guess he doesn't want that. But I don't know. Maybe cracks open enough, and he's like, "Yo, lol."
Yeah,
I
maybe he
imagine-
cracks open the crystal. Hey, you freed me. Why not work together?
Something tells me the tree isn't going to want to work together. It's going to take whatever it can get. And if something has worked so hard or performed such a miraculous feat as to create itself as a mantle of power, it would not relinquish control of that willingly under any circumstance. Power at the end of the day is worthless if it's not in your hands. Is probably how a being of that caliber would think.
Is that on?
Unless it thinks it can take control of the Tree of Pain.
It's probably.
It's all just a big
Um,
question mark. That's the problem here.
Yeah, these are
Yeah,
all.
just-
true. But that's why we need to spend that time and get information.
So we've got 5 days before we have to make a decision. And whatever we know after 5 days then decides whether we fly on that day or wait for the pearls and wait for day 13 instead.
Yeah.
So that's where we are.
Thinking silence.
Thinking silence.
Well,
So-
I don't think there's much for us to think about. We need to find out more information. So
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, then I shall call the session
Spending-
here.
spending 5 days finding shit out.
I shall call the session here. You have
Yeah.
a week to send me questions. But yeah, I shall call the session here.
A
Do we
week?
want to collaborate on sending
Don't we
questions?
have like 2 weeks?
We've
Yeah.
got 2
Yeah,
weeks.
no, you
2
have
weeks.
a week, so I have a week to prep. Thank you kindly.
Okay. Yeah,
Also,
alright.
just wanted to show you.
Yay, big tree!
Yay.
Totally where Vieira is memorizing.
That's the school for the unrealized.
Yep. Damn.
What?
That would have been smart. Never mind.
Okay.
Anyway, and in the session here. In the session. And.
Yep.
And.
Okay, but definitely. I
Also,
will.
side note from Steve, maybe it works, maybe it's Maybelline.
Fuck off.
I will definitely